we'll get to a full house, but let's hope that we have a good attendance. Right. Rita, if I could ask you, please, I'd like to, first of all, ask for, as we do every girls session, we started off by reading our women's prayer. And I would like to ask someone to volunteer to read it for me, please. Anyone who would like to volunteer?
I will read it.
Ah, who is that? Sorry, Elaine?
Yes.
Oh, fantastic. Thank you, Elaine.
Can you put it on?
Yes, we're going to do it now.
Okay.
Are you sharing, Rita?
I'll share, but may I propose, Val, while I'm getting the slides up, just mute everybody and unmute yourself and Elaine for now.
Okay, cool.
Okay. Sorry.
Thank you, Elaine.
Right. I am my sister's keeper. I will build my sister up and encourage her, empower her and pray for her. I have no reason to talk about her, tear her down, be jealous of her, or to compete with her. I am going to stand with her and help push her into her destiny.
Thank you, Elaine. Ladies, can I ask you just to turn on your videos for a moment, please, if you don't mind, everybody? Please turn on your videos. Wonderful to see you all. All right. So whenever we want to, in South Africa, when we want to say well done to somebody, this is what we do. So besides using your clapping and your flowers, I know that other Ugandan ladies use flowers as well, and Kenya use flowers, but we always do the clicking. So if you want to give some encouragement, that'll be great, please. If you'd like to ask a question, please may I ask that you use the reactions to put your hand up, and we will get to you as soon as we can. There's quite a lot of information to get through today, so we will have little sections in between where we allow for questions. Rita, sorry, could I ask the slides just to come back up again, please? All right. So I just want to talk about the objectives of today. And really, we have a lot of new ladies on the call. We have a few existing mentors who have been with us for a while, who are just getting refreshers, but a lot of new ladies. So the purpose of today is to introduce everyone to G4G. We'll give you a quick overview of what G4G is about. I think you wouldn't be here if you didn't have an idea, I'm sure. We're going to give you some key concepts about and how we run G4G and how it's run globally and how it's run within countries. And then we're going to talk about how we teach it at G4G and give examples of how the sessions should be delivered. So there are 6 modules, and we're going to go through each module and give you an overview of how to deliver that specific session to help you prepare when you are actually doing the sessions. So just as an icebreaker, we've got 2 weeks called to actually interview and speak to everyone. So what I'd like to know is, please, if you could tell us your name in the chat box, if you could tell us your name, where you're from, and something wonderful about you, something that you already have. Type in the chat box your name, where you're from, and something wonderful that you love about yourself. I might even ask someone to just say or give an example. Maybe Kenny, would you tell us something? I'm not going to go through everybody in real life, in real person, we don't have enough time, but Kenny, why don't you give an example, please?
Sorry, I lost you there a little bit. Could you please say that again?
So it's the name, where you're from, and something you love about yourself.
Oh, my name, okay, so I'm Kinelwe. I am from South Africa. Something I love about myself. Ooh. That's a bit hard. I love my energy with coffee, but I love my energy.
And we love your energy too. We love your energy too. We've got Diana here from Uganda, and she says that she loves that we get along well with people from different backgrounds and cultures. I make friends easily. Nice, Diana. Thank you. Thank you. Juliet, I'm going to quickly ask you. Tell us something about yourself, please.
I'm still typing.
You can say it.
I'm thinking now, what do I like about myself? Good morning, everyone. I'm Juliet from South Africa, and I like my tenacity, I think.
Wonderful, thank you. We've got Pearl from Uganda who says that she's adaptable and loves having fun. That's fabulous, thank you. We've got Asnath from South Africa. I'm an ordinary woman. Oh gosh, sorry, the comments are coming in so fast. Ordinary, trying to do extraordinary things daily. What a beautiful description. Thank you, Asnath, and that is so true. We've got lots of ladies from Uganda here today. We've got Zainab from Johannesburg, and she says, the strength and resilience I bring to any situation. Absolutely, that is so true. Let's see who else we have. From Zimbabwe, I'm going to pronounce Ntondo Nkosi Mposa, currently based in Johannesburg, and she likes her willingness to learn. I love that. Mary from Kenya, I am resilient and self-driven. I love this about myself. Well, you sound like a perfect candidate as a mentor for G4G. Brilliant, wonderful. Okay, ladies, we are 54 on the call. We're expecting a few more, but I think we're going to get straight into the material because, as I said, we've got quite a bit to cover today. And I'm just going to hand over now to our country lead, who is Rita Motlana. Rita is going to take us through just the introduction to G4G and what G4G is about. Okay. Go ahead, Rita.
Okay. Good morning, everybody. No, actually, I want to do this. I want to do it properly. Turn on your screens. Thank you, Zainab. You know how to do it. Alan would kill us if we don't do this. This is like a standard operating procedure. So we know how to do it. Hi, everybody. Hi.
Hi. Hi.
Right. I had to do that right. And Zainab is kind of like the person who ticks the list for us. She's always like, have you done things right? So that is the way we always say hi to each other in Girls for Girls. So let me go back. Let me go back to my screen and then go through the session. Sorry, I need to stop doing this. Sorry, just bear with me a minute. Okay, here we are. Okay. Okay, so we're going to do a bit of background, how Girls for Girls was started. I feel like a bit of a fraud because I think the majority of people know, but we do have some people, I'm told, from Brunei, we have some people from Malaysia, we have some really, and we have sisters from Senegal who are also interested in starting. So we'll make sure that, you know, we cover all the information. We will not assume that everyone knows about any of the topics we're covering today. So like we all know, Girls for Girls was born in Harvard. It was a group of ladies that were undergoing a postgraduate program who helped campaign for Hillary Clinton. And like we all know, she lost. And they took a step back to ask themselves, you know, what is happening here? Is it not yet time for women to step up? And so their reflection is what led to the concept of developing this movement, like we call it, which is Girls for Girls. So there's a nice picture of the founders of Girls for Girls. So the challenge that they recognized, so there is a bit of a political beginning here, was that even though women can vote and run for office, we're still highly underrepresented. Now, this is not only in the political space, but it is also in the business space. We know that. You look at the boards of directors, there's always an underrepresentation of women. You look at managing director level, underrepresentation. Look at parliaments, I think in Africa, save for Rwanda, South Africa has started doing a little bit better. You hardly find women. So while we're beginning to see the door open, what we're asking for is greater momentum. We're seeing few representatives of women here and there, but what we are saying is that now we really need a momentum. So the opportunity that is presented is that we can accelerate this progress. And we can do this by mobilizing female leaders, women like you who are sitting here today, to inspire and support the next generation. So those younger sisters that we are going to be mentoring, those are the ones we want to, come and significantly push through to the leadership level. So that's what Girls for Girls is really about. That's what we're trying to address. So our mission is to help the young women that we work with, the young girls and women that we work with, to develop the courage, the vision, and the skills to take on public leadership. Okay, so there's the corporate, but there's also the public leadership. We're interested in the public leadership because if there's any change we're going to make in our countries, we have to change the public agenda. It might be in many spheres. It might be in business. It might be, last week we were talking about gender-based violence and addressing issues over there. So we can't afford to say we're doing it in small bits and pieces. We're looking to change the public agenda. And that's why session 5, you're going to hear more about, is very important. And we're doing this by bringing insights from key leaders across the globe. And that's why Girls for Girls is not restricted to a particular country. We have our sisters from the United States. Today we are told Brunei, Malaysia. In Africa, we've got Kenya, Uganda, South Africa, Zambia, Zimbabwe. Senegal wants to join. We have sisters in Niger, or one of the first people to roll out. So it's bringing us all together with our different insights, visions, and skills that we bring to the table, so that we are actually not doing it individually, we are leveraging on each other. We believe in the voices of young women, their hopes, their aspirations, and their power to change the world. And that is what we need to communicate to the mentees as we work with them, that we truly believe in them. And you will see that that's why the approach of Girls for Girls is to say, we believe in you. How can we help you become a leader? I'm going to ask the people who are co-hosts to kindly mute the people that are that have their sound coming out. Thank you. So some statistics in terms of what it is we want to do with Girls for Girls. We're not walking blind here. The founders of Girls for Girls articulated the target group is 15 to 25, but in some countries we have recognized, because of, and it has been specifically requested, I think Uganda is a very good example, that even some older women would like to join as mentees first before becoming mentors. So our age range that we cover when we're delivering the mentoring sessions runs between 15 and 35 years of age. And we do this in communities, in schools, universities. And now, especially under lockdown, we have started not restricting ourselves. We are finding creative ways of setting up cohorts, and you'll be hearing about that from Val. So our overall vision is twofold. One, we are generating a pipeline of leaders. So every country determines what it's contributing. What we know, the big goal we're heading towards, is that we want to have at least 1 million girls that we have reached in the Girls for Girls program, as well as 10,000 mentors. So the 10,000 mentors are the ones who will help us reach the 1 million girls by 2025. So for all of you who are sitting in this room today, this electronic room today, think about how many girls you are going to set for yourselves as a target. So as countries, we set targets. For example, in South Africa, we said 600 mentees reached by Girls for Girls South Africa in 2020. Of course, lockdown has come and changed that, but at least we had a goal. And it means that next year when we get back to the routine, hopefully, life as usual, we will be able to catch up. But what we're saying is it's important to have a target in terms of how many you reach as a country, how many you reach as a cohort. And I would challenge each of you sitting here today, how many you reach as a mentor. What is that portion that you're going to reach of those 1 million girls by 2025? The second part of the vision that we have is that the young girls or the women that we're dealing with will gain confidence to take action to change their lives and impact their communities. We are not running a leadership program for the leadership principles to stay within the girls. Remember, our agenda is to uplift women and make sure that we fill more of the space. So it means that as we empower the girls, we are actually saying to the girls and the young women that now we are empowering you with leadership skills. Please go and help other people. it's about paying it forward, like Zainab likes to remind us in Girls for Girls South Africa. So how do we do this? There are 6 topics that we cover, and that's what we're going to be spending a lot of time doing today. So I'm just going to read them out. The first one is building trust. It's the introductory session, and it's where we set space and create a bond between the mentors and the mentees. We then go into courageous leadership. And like you know, our tagline is empowering girls to lead. So that module is pivotal. It is where we start explaining to the girls that they are leaders and they should begin to see themselves as leaders. We then move on to the art of communication. So as you're stepping into the leadership role, do you have the ability to communicate what it is you want to support, what your leadership agenda is? We move on to negotiation, being able to advocate for yourself and your agenda, but also being able to help others. That's what a leader does, uplift other people. We then move on into public service and running for office. Sometimes in South Africa, we call it leadership and service. What we're saying is this is where truth, really comes out now. The leadership role in the community. So it might be a political role, it might be a social mobilization role. You define it. It might be done by yourself alone, or you might wish to do it in partnership with others. And then the last session is ethics and values in decision-making. So for each of the things that you're doing above, whether you're building relationships, serving as a leader, communicating and negotiating, you must have a value-based system, and it should be ethical. For a lot of us, especially on the African continent, at least I can speak for, there is a lot we are dealing with. There's fraud, there's corruption, even in COVID. People are stealing. It is unbelievable. We need a crop of leaders who are going to make sure that in the next generation, we have ethics and values as we lead our people. So those are the 6 core modules that we cover. And you're going to hear, Val is going to break it down for you, how long they take and how we schedule it out. But in addition to these modules, as we go through, we listen. And the girls sometimes say to us, that is all well and good, but could you add an additional model for us? So for example, with the University of Johannesburg cohort last year, they said to us, that art of communication was great, we enjoyed the role play, but we would actually like a session that is dedicated to how to undertake an interview for a job and how to write a CV properly, so that we make sure we're entering those leadership spaces. So we designed a specific session for that, and we delivered it to a few of the girls. So these are the 6 core modules, but for all of you who are sitting here, the women from Senegal, Brunei, Malaysia, all know those extra things that the girls would like in their particular context. Whether they might be university girls, it might be a country need, there might be those extra things you need to do. Girls for Girls welcomes you to be able to do that. Now, when we do these modules, we always then come back at the end and we conduct an evaluation. Why? Because we want to know that the valuable time you're investing, the time the girls themselves are investing in, actually yields something. There must be some outcome that is happening. So there's an evaluation that we undertake 6 months after the girls have completed session 6. And what we're saying is, where are you? Have you started stepping up into the leadership roles? Maybe they need a little bit more support. So we always undertake an evaluation, and we shall be talking a bit more about the monitoring and evaluation and the importance of doing that. Let me talk a little bit about the Girls for Girls principles and the methodology. So we are a mentorship. We're not a training institution, and I'm going to break down what it means to be a mentor under the Girls for Girls program, which is going to be the next slide. But the way we do it, the methodology that we adopt, is through inspiration. What does inspiration mean? It means that we try and share experiences from a personal level. We are honest, which means we don't stand up and say, hey, look at me, I'm Rita, this is how good I am. We also show some of the difficulties and challenges we have gone through to the mentees that we are engaging with. It just makes it more real, and it also helps them get it, that these women that they're looking up to, that they have come to listen to, did not just have it, easily laid out for them. So that it's okay, the challenges that they're going through, they're actually able to one day overcome them. So the inspiration is through a lot of storytelling. The one thing you'll hear at Girls for Girls is tell your story. And we'll be covering that under the art of communication. And every time we tell the story, it's to say to a person, you can do it. We champion the girls and we say to them, there's a potential within you. You can be a leader. Don't feel shy, be bold, step up. Our job is here to help you. So always hold that. I love the light bulb. Always hold that at the back of your mind. The light bulb casts brightness and says to the girls, you can be it. We call it shining a spotlight, whereby we say, we are here to help you. How can we help you and push you forward? Then we also do our mentoring, and we deliver it through networking and learning. So the learning comes through the G4G videos. 4 of the sessions have technical videos behind them. And each of the speakers will be talking about which session has a video or not. Within the session, within those video recordings, it's actually done by Harvard professors. They give insights to what are the key things you need to know behind the art of communication, behind negotiations and things like that. So that is the learning bit of it. And of course, we all augment. We are all coming with a lot of experience. So sometimes when we're delivering the models, we also draw on things that we know from courses we've attended or books we've read and things like that. But we also leverage on our network. A lot of times we sit down and say, when we are picking a speaker, for example, to come and do the inspiration piece, we specifically leverage, on the networks that we have. If for instance, we're looking for someone political, it will be with someone within the Girls for Girls network that will come and say, oh, I've got the right person. But even for the girls, what we do is we create a database of all our mentors. And I hope all of you have completed those professional profiles. Because when a girl, for example, says, I want to go into the field of psychology, I need someone to give me guidance. Then we're able to look through the database and say, oh, okay, here are the people that you can look at, that can help you. We're also beginning to leverage on our global network. So for example, when South Africa is hosting an event, we reach out to Uganda, we reach out to Kenya, we reach out to different people. Sometimes we bring speakers from different countries. So even the network and the learning piece is something that is evolving. So a little bit about the mentoring, and if I may reference you, I'm hoping everyone has received their books, which came through via email. I don't know whether you can see it, but this is mine. It is the Mentor's Guide. There's some guidelines that are provided to you, the do's and don'ts of mentoring. They're on page 4 of your handbook. And there's also a little bit more of a detailed guide in terms of mentoring. We call it Mentoring 101, which is what I'm showing you right now, that we shall also be sharing with you if you don't already have it. I encourage everyone, before you go into a mentoring session, to always reflect back on this, because it's what centers you as a Girls for Girls mentor. So please remember, we are here as advisors. Our job is to listen and to give guidance and counsel to the mentees. We're not teachers, we are not parents, we do not replace those very important roles. And it's something you have to be conscious about, which means that depending on the question the young lady is asking, there might be a point to which you really can't interfere. You need to be able to listen to the mentees and to speak with them, not to speak to them and belittle them and speak at them. You want to engage them in a manner that says, I respect you, I hear you, I am not judging you, let's have a discussion over here. So as a mentor, we always acknowledge the mentee's views, insights, their fears, their aspirations. So we don't judge, we don't say, why would you think that? That's a silly question. We don't do things like that. Hold it back. Always try and say, tell me a little bit more. Help me understand where you're coming from. So these are good things to be able to practice, and we'll be doing that.
You have a pen.
Under building trust. Okay. Okay, so I'm going to hand it back to Valerie, who is going to talk about how Girls for Girls works. Valerie?
Thank you, Rita. All right, so we have a global structure, G4G, which is basically the founder members, and they manage all the coordination, the standards, and the branding, etc. And then each country also has their own G4G leadership teams. And this will obviously be made where they recruit their mentors and their mentees. and they do all their own data collection and manage the country at country level. We also, in some countries, might have a legal setup where an MPO is created, or you might find that they partner with an organization that already exists in that country. The country G4G leadership normally has a founders or board members, and then a coordinating team per cohort, depending on how many cohorts you run. It's quite a good practice to have a coordinating team per cohort. Thank you, Rita. All right. So how we communicate globally and within countries, we have a global mentorship circle, WhatsApp group, and we also have a WhatsApp group for the different leads and country coordinators. And then within the country themselves, you'll find that there'll be a main mentor global WhatsApp. Sorry, let me start that again. Within the country, you will have a mentor WhatsApp group for that country, and then the various cohorts themselves will also create WhatsApp groups for the mentees and for the mentors. It's a good way to communicate. It keeps people in touch quite easy, and it's an easy way of sharing information. We have global social media accounts, which is the G4G account, and then within the countries themselves, they also run their own social media accounts. For example, in South Africa, we have accounts on each channel, as do Uganda and as do Malaysia and the other countries. Thank you. So the one thing about G4G, and when it comes to cohorts, it's all about preparation. And the more prepared you are, the more easily the sessions run, and the more easy it is to be successful cohort. We have 6 or 5 videos that were provided by Global, which are Harvard University professors, who cover each of the sessions and the session topic. And so we always make sure that we share these videos before the session with both the mentors and mentees to watch, to prep for the session, to get the key concepts that have to be shared on the day. And then within the sessions themselves, we identify inspirational speakers per session, people who actually represent the topics that are going to be covered in those sessions. So if you want to be talking about courageous leadership, you want to choose a speaker who speaks to that topic, who has shown themselves to be a courageous leader. When we're talking about negotiation, you want a speaker who's going to be shown how they have actually used negotiation in their day-to-day lives and within their business environment or political environment. And so it's important that you have speakers that actually talk to those subjects. And it's also important that when you bring in your inspirational speakers, that you actually brief them beforehand, that you give them a good overview of the key points that you want to get across, so that they are aligned with what the session is trying to achieve. In the sessions, we generally have a 3-hour session. It incorporates an introduction. You normally do a recap of the previous session. You can then have your inspirational speaker. We then have a circle segment where you break into your circles, and then afterwards feedback from the circles. The sessions can be held individually, like you can have 6 sessions. Occasionally you can do, if you want to, when we're meeting in real life, run sessions 3 and 4 together. 2 and 3 together and 3 and 4 together. But honestly, it becomes very tough to do that when you're doing it online. It's a long time to sit in front of a computer. So we typically 3 to 4 hours is enough to sit in front of the computer. There's a lot of time that you'll find that once your mentees have gained your trust, they will love the circle time. So always try and allocate enough time for the circle time and then the feedback afterwards, so that you can shine a spotlight on the girls who did well in terms of the sessions. Thank you, Rita. So how we start off the cohorts is that we always do a baseline survey with our mentees before. And in those surveys, we ask the mentees about their hopes and dreams. And this is really important information, because then what happens is that if you share that with your mentors during the sessions, when you actually have the sessions, you have an opportunity then to refer back to that info and see how they are developing against that information. You know, if the girls say that they want to become a psychologist, or they want to go and do something amazing in their own space, then it's an opportunity to show them how to do that, how to grow their network, and we'll talk about that a little bit later through each session, how you help them develop on their goals and dreams. We conduct evaluation, feedback after every session to make sure that we improve as the sessions go, and then we also have a session at the end of a feedback at the end of the cohort to make sure that we actually get the overview of the cohort and how we feel, how the mentors and the mentees did. So we make sure that we get feedback from both mentors and mentees. And then 6 months after the fact, we do a full impact assessment in terms of making sure how the girls are doing since they had the cohort, and what they have been empowered to do to take action. We, in terms of certification for each cohort, girls and mentors must have attended at least 4 sessions before they can graduate. The one thing we like to say is that there's a level of commitment that has to be shown. And honestly, the girls will not get the benefit of the sessions or the benefit of the program unless they attend all 4 sessions. And we require the same for the mentors, a level of commitment and clear guidelines in terms of making sure that they are there to build trust throughout the sessions with the girls. If you have mentors that just come and go, they will not be able to build a relationship with the girls to actually achieve the outcomes that we need to achieve. Thanks, Rita. All right, so they're generally, the main thing that one has to do before one sets up a cohort is to sign an MOU with Girls for Girls. We have previously focused on doing larger cohorts, but we encourage now anyone, if you have a group of girls of 5 to 8 girls that you would like to start a small circle with, do it. Once you've done the training, and if you want to partner with a mentor who's more experienced, please do so. The more circles we start, the more we can achieve. And so it's really important to get to our goal of 1 million girls that we actually do as many small circles as we can. And that's what Rita was saying in the beginning about you as a mentor. How many ladies' lives, how many girls' lives have you joined, and how many girls' lives have you touched? So what you need to do is you need to identify your group of girls. We like to say 5 to 8 maximum in a circle, with at least 2 mentors per circle. And when you're choosing your mentors, make sure that they are women who are passionate about girls and passionate about women initiatives. And all mentors would need to sign an NDA, a non-disclosure agreement, and a media consent form before joining the cohorts. If you want to partner with an organization to do that, you just need to make sure that to create a circle, you just need to make sure that you connect and you get their permission in advance and allow them, give them an overview of what G4G is about, and to make sure that it helps achieve the organization's objectives as well. Thanks, Rita. So the running of the G4G cohorts, you need to really, as what I said earlier, you need to really plan and schedule your sessions in advance. That's your step number 1. If everyone knows when they are going to be having the sessions, then they can commit and make sure that they're there. It's important that you're clear on who your mentees are, and you have a mentors WhatsApp group for your mentees so that you can communicate easily, and same with your mentors. You need to make sure that you have fundraising for whatever it may be. In South Africa's case, we need to raise data for the ladies so that they can attend online, but each country might have their own things that they want to raise money for. When you're meeting in person, you might need to raise money for a venue or for tea and snacks and things like that. Depends how you run your circles. It's really important that you prep beforehand with the mentors. You must always have a mentorship prep session before the session that's about to run, so that you go through the schedule and what the required outcomes are of that session. And then, of course, as we mentioned earlier, it's important that you do the monitoring and evaluation, and you do feedback after each session, and then the 6-month graduation feedback. I think it's also very important in terms of cohort activities is that you do a proper work plan and budget in advance. Just because if you don't know what you're going to be spending or how it's going to be run, you do need to do all that groundwork to make sure that you are organized and can run the session successfully. In terms of smaller circles, that's why we're encouraging ladies now to do smaller circles, because it doesn't need as much of this coordination, and they're a lot easier to manage than the big cohorts. Thanks, Rita. Okay, can we go back to the previous slide? Right, ladies, any questions, or would anyone like to ask anything?
And you can put your questions in the chat box. It might actually be more efficient that way. So Val, we're doing good for time. We'll be able to go straight into building trust, right?
Yes, we can.
Okay. So any questions, ladies?
None. Okay, wonderful.
Okay.
Thank you. I'm now going to hand over to Elaine Mpulo. Elaine is one of the founding members of G4G in South Africa. And Elaine is going to take us through session 1, which is building trust. And of course, this is the session that sets the tone for your entire cohort. So she's going to give us some tips and talk about how to do that. Go ahead, Elaine.
Thank you, Val. Hi, everyone. Good morning.
Good morning.
Hi, I'm Elaine, as Val has already told you, and I'm from South Africa. It's really a pleasure to be here with you today, and I really love what we do at G4G. That's why I'm involved. As she said, I'm one of the founding people in South Africa, having been recruited by Rita Motlana when she started in South Africa. So, building trust. This is one of the most important sessions of the program, in that it sets the scene on how we are going to be interacting going forward. I found a very useful definition of trust, which I would like to share with you right away. It says, trust is the firm belief in the reliability, truth, or ability of someone or something. I believe that this is precisely what we at G4G are striving towards between ourselves. Trust makes for a fulfilling and very successful relationship between mentors and mentees, and between mentees themselves. And this happens during the program and thereafter, because the relationships, some of the relationships go on even after the program. The mentees then build on this trust to become the best people or best leaders they can be. It is important to build trust because we are going to be sharing stories, and in order to do this effectively, we need to know that it can be done in a secure, safe, and confidential environment. Now, this is the session where we establish norms and set expectations for the program. Why is trust important? Simply put, it is important because it is the foundation of any good relationship. So how do we build trust at G4G? We build trust by listening actively without judgment, by showing interest in the next person's story and experience, sharing empathy, which basically means that we put ourselves in the next person's shoes. And as Rita said in her introduction, we provide support as required by the mentees, because from time to time, they will ask us to provide support in many other areas. And where we can't provide that support, we refer them to the people who can help them. So how do we conduct this session at G4G? We first start with a plenary session where we are addressed, usually by, in fact, not usually, but normally by a phenomenal guest speaker who models the topic of building trust. She models it by telling her story. And this is not done by lecturing or doing a presentation. She comes to tell her story in the most simple way as possible. And this makes us also see how people, through their stories, are able to lead. The speaker sets the tone. It is important to get a speaker who has been, who knows her story and who's willing to tell her story, because it sets the tone for the rest of the day through this powerful story that she will share. During the plenary session, the mentees are encouraged to ask questions and interact with the topic as required. After this, we would then break up into circles, which Val touched on. The excitement normally at this point is palpable, is almost palpable, because people have been enthused by the story that the guest speaker has told. We normally will divide ourselves into 6 to 8 mentor circles with 2 mentors each. And the mentors are normally paired with one experienced or older mentor and a younger mentor. And this makes for a balance during interactions within the circles, so that the younger person can pick up the innuendos, you know, in the circle, and vice versa. The older mentor can also share more of their experience, and it brings a healthy balance into the discussion. And also in terms of how to temper each other, in terms of dominance, which Rita touched about also this morning, that we temper each other as 2 mentors in the group to ensure that we are always giving the mentees the space and the voice. Normally in the circles, we will start with an icebreaker, which could be a poem or a quote. But in some instances, we find that the mentees want to continue discussing the topic that was, or the story, or unbundling the story that the guest speaker told them. And they get quite animated in discussing it, because it has really enthused them. So we allow that. So it all depends on what the circle wants to do. So we go with the flow. We also go through knowing each other in the circles, and we set norms for how we will interact going forward. The mentors also share their stories, and this is what also further gives the mentees the encouragement to be able to tell their stories. This is normally followed by a discussion by the mentees, in which they also share their personal stories, their goals, their fears, and their challenges. And remember that we do this in an environment of non-judgment. Whatever it is that they want to share, they share. The only thing that we will restrict is timing, so that we give every girl a chance to speak. And then we will wrap up, and the key issues are then uplifted. And then at the end, the task for the next session will be given to the girls. For instance, after building trust, the next session will be courageous leadership. And we will then give them the task of going to view a video, or also to go and identify a leader that they admire the most to bring to the discussion in the next session. Now, I'm going to ask that we break up into sessions in order to model this practically. Can Val or Rita please help with breaking us up into circles and allocate, well, we'll allocate and mentors as well into the circles.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thanks a million, Elaine. Val, can you show the slide with the instructions kindly?
Yeah, I'm going to come to the instructions. I wanted us to break up first, or are we breaking up first,
We
or
have to give the
doing the instructions first?
We have to give the instructions before breaking up.
Okay, all right. Okay. Can we do the instructions then?
'22. No.
No.
Okay. Okay, I'll do them, Val.
I'm sharing your slide pack. Is it this one?
I'm
so sorry. Hold on.
Slide 21. Okay, I'll do it.
Okay, here we go.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Go ahead, Elaine.
Okay, you will be given 10 minutes to go into a circle, and the tasks that you are being asked to perform are: number one, you need to introduce yourselves in your circle, who you are, why you are here, and what is the one thing people do not know about you. Fine. And then secondly, you will have to set 2 ground rules for your circle. Thirdly, to name your circle. And at the end of your discussion, please appoint someone to come and report back to the plenary on the interactions within your circle. You'll be given 10 minutes. So can we then break the girls up then into the circles, please?
Okay.
Or the ladies into the circles.
Okay.
My name is Edna. I'm from Uganda. I am a medical student in my final year. Why I'm here? Oh, yes, I was a mentee, so I recently graduated, and I'm really excited about the degree. So the reason why I'm here is because I've always wanted to be a mentor, and I saw this as an opportunity, as a stepping stone to the journey that I want to start. I decided to take it up and see where it leads me, and hope to become part of the team. What you may not know about me at this moment is that I'm not really okay. Since the lockdown started, I just want it to end so that we can go back to school and finish, because we were only left with like 7 weeks to finish school, so that we could become part of the internship process in October. So yeah, I really want this lockdown to end and all go back to school. Thank you.
Morning, ladies. My name is Naliki. I'm currently based in Cape Town. I'm actually originally from Pretoria. What you don't know about me is that I love the outdoors, so I wish I could be out hiking somewhere, but unfortunately, that movement is a little bit restricted at the moment. I think I'm excited about this because I've always been passionate about development of other young people and that. So this is really in the spot for me. Thank you.
Okay, I guess I could go next.
Hi everyone.
Hi.
Hello.
Robina. I'm Robina Namagembe, and I'm a nursing student in lockdown. I'm in my semi-final year. Why I'm here is I've identified a challenge in my community and I want to fix it. So I'm here because I've gotten the opportunity to train as a mentor. Otherwise, I'm a former mentee of the Makerere University College of Health Sciences cohort. What people don't know about me is that I fear canes. Thank you.
Sorry, what do you fear?
I fear pain.
Oh,
pain.
Okay. So please remember, we were given 3 tasks. It was to introduce yourself. So we do need to watch out for time. We now have about 3 minutes left. We're supposed to set ground rules and we're supposed to select a circle name. So we need to move it faster. Ignore me. I'm not going to introduce myself. Who's next?
All right. I guess I can go next. Am I audible? Good morning, ladies. My most sincere apologies. I imagine I'm not that presentable. I had the longest work day yesterday. I literally had to drag myself out of bed today because I knew I absolutely had to attend this. So please excuse me if I look a little unpalatable. My name is Stella Kanyike. I'm a communications specialist. I head corporate affairs at our national development finance institution here in Uganda. It's called Uganda Development Bank. I have about 15 years of professional experience across private, public, and development sectors. I'm a passionate mom and an avid feminist. Why am I here? I feel a sense of obligation to pay it forward. I feel very fortunate to be where I am. I've faced many significant challenges, personally and professionally. And as a result of that, I feel like I've learned so much. And I'm very, very keen to support other young women to make sure that everything that I have learned, the easy way and the hard way, that I have an opportunity to make it easier for others and to make it possible for them to not only achieve what I've been able to achieve, but even more and more and more as the generations go ahead. What is it that people don't know about me? I'm, despite my really tough exterior, I'm actually a big softie at heart. So, but I'm very happy to be here, ladies. And I'm very keen on building a sort of meaningful sisterhood, a community through which we can do better for ourselves as women, but more importantly for younger women, such as my daughter and my daughter's daughters and her daughter's daughters.
Have we heard from everyone? Have we heard from everyone? Have we gone round to everyone?
I think so.
That's right, yeah.
So we need to, I would propose, let's set one ground rule and let's pick a name. And we have less than 30 seconds left. So a good way to pick a name is think of what other people have said. So sorry I joined you late, but for example, I heard Stella talk about pay it forward. So if that is something, for example, we kind of all believe in, we could consider that. Passing it back to you. I have.
Why don't we take pay it forward?
Sorry, what is that?
Why don't we take the name pay it forward?
Okay, I vote for pay it forward. Anyone else? By a show of hands. Alternatively. Cool. Is there an alternative name? Is there an alternative name? No? Okay.
No, that sounds pretty good.
Okay, so you've seen a trick. Huh? This is how to get people to make a quick decision. Then can we all agree on one ground rule? Let's go around, all of us, one ground rule. Naniki, one ground rule.
I would say respect.
Respect. Joyce?
Honesty.
Honesty. Someone write down, because we have to go back and debrief. We also have to decide who is going to debrief. Priscilla? Edna?
Timekeeping.
Timekeeping. Stella?
I guess I'd go with
you can go with
confidentiality.
Oh, confidentiality. That was going to be mine. Okay.
I think.
Robina and Priscilla. We have. I'm just about to close the rooms now.
Do not criticize.
Okay, no criticism. Okay. Who is going to debrief for us? Naniki,
we vote for Stella.
Okay, you vote for?
Stella.
To debrief. Okay, I'm closing the rooms now.
No,
see you in the main
Stella
room.
Looks terrible. Can we pick somebody else? I look unpalatable.
No,
and I haven't been taking
totally
notes.
Fine. You're totally fine. You're stressing for nothing. Okay.
Okay.
How many people are there?
Hi, everybody. We're back.
There's a bad
Really there? 4.
Okay. Okay, let's start debriefing. Who is, yeah, Elaine. Let's hand it over to Elaine. Where's Elaine?
Sorry? Yes?
It's back in your hands. You can start debriefing.
Yeah, sure. Okay, I'm going to be selfish and start with our group in terms of feedback. Can our lady, is it Faith from Uganda, who's going to then give feedback on our group? Faith, please take it.
Elaine.
Yes.
Hello, everybody.
Hello, Faith.
Yes.
Hi, Faith.
Hi, Elaine. I would just like to ask for a few guidelines on what you'd like me to say here.
No, it's to give feedback on what happened in our group.
Oh,
the
okay.
name, our name, and what
Yes.
people said about themselves.
All right, that's fine.
Sorry, I'm interjecting. Because we are 12 groups, we don't have a lot of time. So I'm going to ask you to please keep it short and sweet. Maximum of minutes. Actually, 1 minute would be fantastic.
All right.
Go for it, Faith.
Yes.
Okay. Our group name is the Eagles. Why we chose this name is because eagles soar high above their storms. What we said is that the storms do not deter eagles. They instead make use of those storms to soar high. We got to know each other. We have Emily from Kenya, Barbara from Uganda, Faith from Uganda too, and we had Susan also. And the key things that we learned about each other is that Emily loves interior designing, much as she has a finance background. But myself and Susan believe that we never give up. We always push and believe that when there is a goal, we do not let it go. And what I've also learned about Susan is that she believes there's always a way out. Nothing can ever stop her. Then Barbara also says she can be outgoing when she gets used to people. So I know my time is up. I don't want to be caught. Yes. That's in brief about our group.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you so much, Faith. Can we then go to group one? Group one.
Asnath's group.
Team one.
Yes, it's my group, and Robin is representing us.
Okay.
So, good morning, everyone. So we are similarly to the lady who spoke, to Faith who spoke before me, have named ourselves the Flying Eagles. And the reason why we've chosen this name is because eagles represent vision, they represent strategy, they're very precise, they're go-getters. And also our catchphrase to this group is, you cannot soar like eagles, you hang out with chickens. Just to give an idea that you need to know what you want, you need to know where you're headed, have dreams, and go and achieve them. Just to be very brief, the ladies are very phenomenal. We have some Asnath, who plays a very leadership role in G4G, and also we have ladies from a very clinical background, from Kenya, very diverse group, also psychologists, and I think what is just important is that our desire to empower women, to uplift younger women, and to just ensure that we just make an impact. Thank you.
Well done.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Can then, how much more time do we have to do that?
We'll do all of them.
Okay.
Next
all
group
right.
is number
Can
6.
we then go to number 6? I'm just going to call them randomly. Group number 6, please.
That was Kinelwe's group.
Yes, Alicia is going to speak first.
Hello. So we named our group Twelopele, largely because it means progress and prosperity, as far as I understand, and community. We set up some interesting ground rules in terms of, you know, what happens at Twelopele stays in Twelopele, sort of just to make sure that we keep each other's things to ourselves instead of spreading it around, or, you know, talking about things outside that shouldn't be spoken about. No judgment, because a lot of us are obviously still in our pajamas, but just obviously just to listen with an open mind as well, and to give everyone a chance to speak. Our group, again, is also, like the other girls, we're very fortunate, we're very diverse. I think there's a lot that we can all learn from each other, and
That's us, short and sweet.
Oh, thank you so much. Thank you. Can we then go to group 2? Group number 2.
That's
Circle
Mmabatho.
number 2.
Group 2 is Mmabatho.
Yes. So in our group, we hadn't selected anyone. So Revelina, I'm just picking on Revelina. Maybe she can take us through. Would you mind doing that for us quickly, Revelina?
No, I wouldn't.
Wonderful.
So morning once again, ladies. So our group is the Barrier Breakers. So there's a whole lot of meaning to breaking barriers than just saying barrier breakers. And within our group, we are very diverse. We're so different. And the main thing that we all had was to learn more. Yes, thank you.
Okay, stunning. Thank you so much. Can we then go to group 3, which is Ivy's group?
Okay, hello.
Hi, Ivy.
No, this is not Ivy.
Oh, sorry, who is it?
Group. I'm representing Uthman Rahma.
Okay.
So, okay. Our group is called the Visionaries. We chose this name because I'm putting on glasses, and we choose to see past our obstacles. And and because we agreed about one ground rule, which we said is that we should keep our videos on so that we can be able to see each other, and maybe it can help us build our trust. And so what we've seen, like amongst us, we have seen that we have mothers and we're very diverse. We have a pediatrician, someone who works in the media, an occupational therapist. And one of the reasons why some people are here is because they want to help other people. Like they want to help more girls out there reach their full potential because they see a gap, and lifting each other's up. And for those who are already lifted up, they want to help themselves they want to lift themselves up too. Yeah, more. Lift themselves up more. Yeah.
Stunning. Thank you so much. Thank you.
You're welcome.
So can we go to group circle number 4, which is Annette's group?
Yeah, Doreen will represent us. Group 4.
Okay.
Yeah,
Thanks,
yeah.
Thanks,
Yeah.
Doreen.
Yes, hello everyone.
Hi,
Can you hear me?
Yes, we
Hi. Yeah, I'm
Hi.
Doreen. I'm Doreen. As I said, I'm from Rwanda, and I'm so great to be here. So our group name is called Together as One. And why we're choosing this name, it's because we believe that we are from different countries, having different backgrounds, having different visions, but we want to put them together so that we can do one thing at once, which means that we have to reach the girls outside there. So our name is Together as One. In short, TAO, T-A-O. And then we had a group members. I won't say the names, I'm sorry, but we are almost like 6 of us. And then we set the law. One law was to talk after another, not like talking at once, so that we can hear, because we feel like listening is very important. The rest is that we all have the same kind of likes, and what people don't know about us, it's because all of us, we want to be a good leaders. Yeah.
Stunning.
Thank you. Yeah.
Very well done. Well done. Thank you so much. Can we now go to circle number 5, which is Puipuso's group?
Hi, everyone.
Okay. Hi.
Judith will be representing us.
Thanks, Judith.
Thank you. Hi, ladies. My name is Judy, and I'll be representing the SACU group. So we're
losing you. We're losing you.
6, very diverse phenomenon, represents our nationality. Okay, can you hear me? Sorry, my network.
Now we can hear you. Now.
Okay, so I said I'm representing a group of 6 phenomenal ladies from diverse backgrounds. Our group is called SACU because it stands for the 3 countries that we come from: South Africa, Kenya, and Uganda. So SACU, so that's the acronym for.
Ooh, very original. Nice.
Yeah, Africa, Kenya, and Uganda. Sorry, we didn't get enough time to complete the questions, but we are very interested in education. mostly because some of us are interested in women and girls and like to refresh our mentorship skills. And some of them are also very new to mentorship. So they're all looking forward to the session. So that's it about SACU. Unfortunately, we didn't get to answer the other two questions.
Okay, that's fine. Thank you so much. Love the name, love the name. Hello?
Yes, I just wanted to add, we did get to the ground rules. So we had 4 that we should be able to all participate, be audible, be open-minded to learning, and to respect each other.
Okay. Stunning. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Can we then go to group 7, which is Mulalo's group?
Hi, everyone.
Hi.
Hi. So our group is Powerhouse Power Women. We couldn't choose one of the two. So we decided on Powerhouse Power Women. The reason we chose this is because we recognize the power within us, the power which is visible and the one that we are yet to discover. So our ground rules, we said it's active participation and confidentiality. So all of us should participate, and it is very essential that we keep information confidential. What happens or what is said within a circle should remain in a circle. So what we have noticed amongst all of us is our passion to help others and to help improve or encourage other young women or other women in general to become better versions of themselves. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Much appreciated. Can we then go to group 8, which is Priscilla's group?
Or my group, Rita's group.
Is Priscilla's group Rita's group? Okay. Please go for it. Is that group 8?
Hi, this is Rita. Whoever was in my group who picked someone, I just can't remember.
Priscilla was in group 10.
Okay, you were in group 10, okay. Who was in my group? I know that Joyce was in my group. Okay, skip. We'll come back to it. They'll remember.
Okay, shall we go to
lady
Val's
from
group?
Kenya who was supposed to do it.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Stella,
That should be me.
Yes, that's you. Please go ahead, Stella. Put on your.
My apologies, ladies.
I was looking for you. Okay, go ahead, Stella.
Yeah. Immediately starting with an apology like I did in my group.
Don't
I'm one of those
apologize.
lazy
Please
ones
just go ahead.
that is literally still in bed. All right, ladies. Our group name is Pay It Forward. And that's because consistently across all the different individuals in our group, that was a persistent component. All of the ladies are really passionate, irrespective of their professions or background, really passionate about that component of paying it forward, making sure that we empower ladies at our level and the ladies that are going to come after us. We had a very nice, diverse group, like I've just mentioned, different backgrounds, different professions, and our ground rules, ladies, you'll forgive me if I didn't capture everything, but the ones that I do remember that stood out the most, because we had some really fantastic ones, but the most prominent ones were honesty, respect, confidentiality, and no judgment. That's it.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Shall we then go to group 10, which was Val's group?
Thank you, Firaza.
Hi, I'm Firaza. So our group was a diverse group of women, very passionate about developing other women. And our ground rules for our group was respect and confidentiality. And the name for our group was Conquering Queens. The reason why we chose
What queen?
Conquering Queens.
Conquering Queens. Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
Because with the stories that we shared, I'm not going to share all the stories because we're keeping to the ground rules of respect and confidentiality. But based on the stories that were shared is that we've all conquered something. And we've all overcome something on our journey. And queens, because we want to lead. We want to lead the women that we are mentoring. And because we're women, what better could we be than queens? And then with regards to why we're there, everybody had a common goal. So even though we're diverse, the common goal was to build and encourage and pay it forward, because we had people who were previous mentees as well, who are mentors now. So fantastic for that. And then we're also a combination of existing mentors and new mentors to the group. And a great learning we took out of the session was the timing. So keeping to the time allocated for the groups, and then also make sure that the instructions are clear when we are in the groups. So that's us.
Okay, thank you so much. Shall we go to group 11, which is Diana's group?
So our group is going to be represented by Fisa. Thank you, Fisa.
Hi, hello.
Hello.
I think there's
Yes,
a connection
Fisa, we can hear
problem.
you. We can hear you.
There's a connection problem, I think.
We can hear you clearly.
Hello?
Yes, we can hear
Hi,
you.
we can hear you.
Can you hear it? Hello?
Yes.
Yes, we can hear
Hello?
you. Okay. If Fisa can't
Hello?
speak, then hi, we can hear you, Fisa. We can hear you loud and clear. Okay, Paul will represent our group. Paul will represent our group. Thank you, Paul.
Hello, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes,
Yes.
Paul.
Great. Our group is called the Courageous Princesses. The queens confused me. Courageous Princesses, simply because we realize that many of our group members have an opportunity to give back to other people in their communities, especially those who are not as privileged as they are. Just like, I guess, the Disney princesses, you know, in a place of privilege, and not just sit in a castle and feel happy, but use that privilege to help others. We were all able to share in the group due to the wonderful leadership of our group leader. And one of our ground rules was, if anything very personal is shared, then we should keep it very confidential so that it builds the trust. Thank you.
Thank you. Right, can we go then to group 12? I think that's the last one. Group 12,
So
which is Zainab's group.
So that's
Good
my
morning,
group.
ladies.
Zimbini.
Sorry?
Zimbini
Yes,
will
Zimbini.
represent us.
Oh, okay.
Good morning, ladies. With our group name, we don't have one yet. I think we're all excited to get to know each other, that we didn't really have time to come up with a group name. But I think what really came out in our discussion was that we all have a passion for working with young women. And what was interesting was that most of us had never had the opportunity to have mentors. So we want young ladies and young girls out there to have people that they can look up to. So our group is very diverse. We come from different parts of South Africa and the world. We have quite a number of social workers, analysts, and lawyers as well. So our ground rules were respect and to listen to each other. We also agreed that we are all very different, so we should give each other the opportunity to speak. So some people may be shy, some people may be more outspoken. So we should give those that are shy the opportunity to speak as well. So thank you. That's our group.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you, everyone. I hope we've covered everybody. Have we covered everybody? Hello?
I think so.
Okay. Thank you so much. So as you can see, in the circles, when there is a good environment that's created, people come up and they speak. And what I liked about what we've just seen in terms of the feedback is the passion that's already coming out of the groups. And the names themselves tell a story. I mean, eagles, Tswelopele, Tawo, Saku, which for me was quite interesting in terms of the acronym. Powerhouse, Power Women, Pay Forward, Conquering Princesses, Courageous Princesses. So already I can feel the passion already in the groups. And this is what happens in real life as we go into the circles. And this is created by how we then interact and the ground rules that we put in the circle so that everybody can participate and feel empowered. Are there any questions at this point in terms of how we build trust? Any questions? Ladies? Hello? Is anybody there?
Yes, Elaine?
Yes.
Yes.
Is that you?
Yes, it's me, Lulama, South Africa.
Yes, yes.
Your question is a very, very important one, particularly from the kind of background that we come from, South Africa. Yes. I'm not sure about other countries. But, you know, what I do pick up is that building trust needs more work than just saying it. There is a tendency in our country because of the historical, you know, journey that our country has gone from, that once you have a diverse group constituting the diverse racial grouping in our country, sometimes people don't come out, you know, as truthful as they can because there is this challenge of, you know, white, black, colored, Indian. So I think it is one of the things that we can't underestimate, that building trust needs much more work, particularly from where we're coming from. In opening our hearts, I did indicate that the art of listening is not just open your ears, but also opening our hearts in terms of understanding where the other person is coming from. Thank you.
Yes, yes. Lulama, thank you so much for that. But you see, as we go along with the sessions and we begin to form in our circles and also as a group as a whole in G4G, the trust starts getting built because we then talk to each other online and offline. And when we do that, as you say, with open hearts, in the sessions, and even as we talk to each other outside the sessions, the trust starts getting built. But I take your point that it takes a long time to get to where it should really be. But yes, what we do acknowledge is that this is a very good starting point and a good ground for us to build those that trust and that belief in each other going forward. So by doing what we do in G4G, we are building on it so that it becomes entrenched. And as we go forward, as I did say in my introduction, it becomes more entrenched and it becomes a way of life. But I take your point. Thank you so much for the contribution. Are there any other questions?
May I just add to that? I think Lulama raised a very important point. We actually say, you know, when we are listening, we listen with our eyes, we are watching what is happening, we listen with our ears, yes, what they're saying, and we listen with our heart. That's the empathy that you've just talked about. But it's not only in South Africa, and I think I can talk because I'm originally from Uganda and I engage with people from a lot of places. It's important what you have raised because it allows each lady sitting in this room, the ones from Senegal, the lady from Rwanda, the ones from Kenya, to say in my own unique circumstances, what are the unique things I need to address as I'm building a trusting relationship? I'll give you an example. We've had, I remember when we were dealing with the ladies from East Asia, they said to us, you know, they have different dynamics in their society. It's highly influenced by religion, Muslim, and so there's a different way that they engage, for example, in the way we engage in South Africa. So you're very right in making it conscious in our heads that we do need to think about, in my society, in my community, in my unique circumstances, what is the best way that I can build trust? Because it is very different the way it's done in South Africa vis-a-vis in Kenya.
True.
Really good.
Very true. Very true. An important point. So then, ladies, if there are any other additions or questions that people want to make or ask?
Hello.
Yes.
Oh, I was trying to check if I can raise my hand somewhere. So
okay.
I think in addition, it's important for us to start checking all those things that might be common across Africa. There are certain things that will emerge common immediately when we start identifying individual things per country. We will be able to see the common things and the unique things. But until we get to a point where we raise those issues in this platform, we would not know that what I go through or what a girl child goes through in South Africa is similar to what a Kenyan girl is going through. And how we address those issues could actually assist, because the way I deal with it in South Africa could also assist a child in Zambia. The way they're dealing with it in Zambia could assist somebody in Kenya, in Nigeria, in Zimbabwe. So if we were to start asking those questions and coming up with those issues, we'll be able to come with common things and unique things and deal with them in their uniqueness where possible.
Yes.
Thank you.
I like how you started in terms of identifying the commonalities, because they bring us together. And together, when we solve problems together like that, it enhances the trust. And yes, your point, all the points that have been made are all valid. And thank you for alerting us to all these issues. And as we go along, we should keep them in mind and ensure that we are always listening out for things that will bring us together more than the things that will separate us. Okay. Any other observations before
Elaine,
I conclude?
Just from my side, it's Zainab.
Yeah.
Just to say that we shouldn't allow diversity to be a barrier, because sometimes we cloud our mind with diversity and our different backgrounds and all of that. But at the end of the day, like Suzanne has mentioned, we have lots of common ground, and we do have things in common. And the main thing is that we are all women, and I think women are built with very, very similar characteristics and the way we do things and the way we are. So don't allow those barriers to infringe on the trust that we want to establish.
Amen. I can only say amen to that. Thank you, Zainab. Okay then, in conclusion.
Elaine,
yes, Lulama.
Yes, ma'am. I'm sorry to chip in here, but I need to bring a typical example of what Suzanne's point was, which I understood very clearly. Ma'am Zanele Mbeki called all the women in Africa to Beachwood Hotel. Okay. All 54 of Africa's nation states were here. Okay, women only. But in that meeting, there were more divisions rather than commonalities. So Suzanne is absolutely clear. We need to work on that. Thank you.
Okay. Sure. Point well made and well taken. Thank you, Lulama. We will always keep these in mind. And this is why we have these sessions, so that we can share. And in sharing, we wisen up to issues all the time. And this is an ongoing thing. So this is not the end of it. It will continue as long as we are conscious and we're listening with empathy and with, as you said, with our hearts and with our minds. We will conquer. Thank you so much for that input. So can I then conclude that all these discussions that we've had today in terms of building trust, it shows that it is important that the environment that we build within our sessions and within the program encourages us to all open up, that we are all made to feel comfortable to speak up and ask questions freely. And I dare say that in our experience, it does go slowly from the beginning, but you know, with time, we find that people, you know, warm up and they start doing things, and they do amazing things. I'm reminded of one girl that we had in the first cohort in UJ last year in South Africa, you know, University of Johannesburg. She started off in our circle very shy, and you know, you had to draw her out. But by the third session, she was one of those who would pick up her hand and speak. She even volunteered to go and make a speech in the plenary session about how she was enthused by G4G to go and start her own foundation. Her name was Comfort. And today, she does work at the UJ while she's a student. She has a little program running where she collects foodstuffs and clothes for students who are underprivileged, who don't have the means to have food on a daily basis and to have clothes. And this was inspired by her involvement with G4G. Yes, I suppose the seed was there, but it was ignited by her participation in G4G. So what am I saying? I'm saying this program is a program that puts fire under most young people and women. We have it within ourselves, but we need to get together in order to find our voice. And when we find our voice, we can become a force to reckon with. So thank you so much for everybody, and thank you for listening, and thanks for the participation. I will end there. Hi, everybody. Thank you. Hello.
Thank you, Elaine. Thank you so much for that.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
You always are the person in terms of the building trust who just really gets that concept across so well. Thank you so much, Elaine. We appreciate you. Thank you. All right, ladies, can I just check in? Would you like a 5-minute stretch break? Would anyone like to have a 5-minute stretch break? Please put your hand up if so. Otherwise, we can just carry on.
Yes, please.
Okay, let's have a 5-minute stretch break. I'll put on some music. If you want to dance, you can dance. Otherwise, if you want any questions, if anyone has any questions, you can post them in the box and we can ask. Let's please be back at 25 minutes to 11, please. 25 minutes to 11, please. If you have any questions, please do post them in the box. I'm going to stay on and I'll answer if you do.
Can't say anything, Val.
Coming? Hello, everyone. Hope you were able to stretch and to get going. We are about to start our next session, and I just want to say thank you to everybody who's been participating so far. I want to hear more from some of the other countries. Our lovely Ugandan cohort, we have a lot of ladies from Uganda today, some of the Kenyans, we have some ladies from Bahrain and different places of the world. So please feel free to ask questions and to contribute as much as possible. We'd love to hear from you. If you have any questions, please continue to post them in the chat box if you do. All right, so we're now going to go on to the next topic. And we have a joke here because whenever we're doing training sessions, we always go, this is the most important session. And I think it depends on who has really bonded with the session that they're talking about. And I always used to say that running for public office was my favorite, but slowly but surely Rita's been convincing me that this is the one that is actually the one that sets the tone. So you've come out of building trust now. You've established a relationship in your first session with the young girls, and you have built this relationship. You've talked, you've shared, and now you need to start showing the girls why they are part of G4G. Courageous leadership is all about what it takes to make a meaningful impact in the world. And you know you have succeeded in this session if you have the girls leaving the session going, yes, I'm going to be a leader. I have what it takes to be a leader. And you will see the light. There's a light that switches on in the circles in this session, and it's something to see because the girls don't realize that a lot of girls just don't think they have it. But by the end of the session, you can see a switch, and it's really, really powerful. So the video for this session is Professor Nancy Cohen, and it's quite a long video. It's about half an hour, and she talks about the various principles of courageous leadership. Now, to start, I would like you all, please, to type in the chat box a courageous leader that you admire. And then I want you to say why. The most important is who it is, but why. As we say at G4G, the why behind the what. So please, if you could, please type in who your courageous leaders are and why. I'll give you a minute to do that, please. Go ahead. I'm going to give you, there we go, Rachel. We recognize, Rita, we recognize diversity and then also how much in common we have. For example, Zainab said we are all women with, thank you.
Sorry, I'm answering questions. Ignore me.
You're responding, thank you. All right, please, ladies, type in the chat box who your courageous leader is and why. Who do you admire and why do you admire them? Who is it in your surrounds, in your circle, in your business lives, in your community, or in your? There we go. Zainab says, my mother, Kajit Bet Kuwait and Rosa Parks, all selfless and kind. Very nice. Micheline says, Michelle Obama, Barack Obama, my grandmother. Michelle, because she's leading from the back with humility, clarity of purpose, grace, integrity. Barack, because he's the first black president. Yes. My grandmother, Priscilla says, she is loving, compassionate, caring, and very wise. Lovely. Mrs. Zanele Mbeki, a leader from behind. Joyce says, my mother, Noria, she continues against all odds. Come on, ladies. We're hearing only from the South African ladies here. Fisher, my mother, she is the wife of an immigrant and raised all 7 of us in a country with little knowledge. Beautiful. Assumption says, a leader I admire, Sozama Kangi, MD, Eskom Uganda, very courageously leads an organization in a male-dominated field and does it so effortlessly. She continuously encourages and pushes the women in the organization to be better, to do better, take up space. Michelle Obama again, Jacinda Ardern. My mother, love that, Akila, thank you. Winnie Mandela, Mrs. Brocker, the principal of my daughter's school, always encourages the children to be leaders. Now, ladies, the reason we ask you to do this, and the reason we ask the girls to do this in the prep session from session 1, is we ask them to go away and do homework and come back and tell us who their courageous leaders are. And the reason we do that is because when the girls identify who their courageous leaders are and why, it helps them connect to what they find important in their lives or what they feel is important. And when they can do that, you can also see if they're choosing someone who's close to them, like their mothers or their grandmothers, or you can see if it's someone who's outside of their circle, someone who they think that they admire or aspire to be like. When they look at those women and they see things that they can connect with, it helps them decide what is important in their own lives. And then the next 4 steps that Professor Cohen talks about is how you help them develop those things that they find important and then ultimately find the mission or what they want to do in their lives. So when I talk about that video, it's quite a long video, but if I were you, I would try and watch it a few times, because honestly, every time you watch it, something else comes out of it. When you're identifying those important things, it helps them lead towards the mission. And I think what's important as well is that they mustn't see it as being a huge thing that they have to go and do. It must be something that they can actually even identify within their own environments. So Elaine mentioned confidence from our previous session, from one of our previous cohorts. After this session, she went and she found in her own space a need that was something that was needed, and she created her own little organization to help her fellow students in the hostel, and to help them sort of support them when they didn't have food and when they didn't have sanitary towels and things like that. And that small thing came out of this session, but it's because she was able to think about who the person in her life was who she valued and she thought was courageous. She identified what it was that that person did and why, and then she started looking for those things within herself and how she could take them forward. So Professor Cohen also talks about 4 principles, and these are the things that you need to talk about in the circles. And also, can I just say, the inspirational speaker for this session is also vitally important. Someone who has had and fought to show courageous leadership. Professor Cohen makes a very important point. She says, a leader is not born, they are made. And if you think about some of the ladies that you guys have been mentioned in the talk, we've talked about Michelle Obama. She actually didn't want to be a president's wife. She actually just wanted to have a home, her family. But guess what happened? She actually ended up being pulled into something and then taking that mission and driving an agenda that worked. And that's how she became. She made herself a leader without even wanting to be there. Oprah as well, overcoming adversity, going down a path, but then eventually choosing and finding her mission and being exactly who she is in the world. Maya Angelou, exactly the same, overcoming adversity. They did not choose to be leaders, they became leaders through their life missions and the things that they accomplished on a daily basis and the annual basis. So the 4 points, or the 4 key concepts that Professor Cohen talks about is finding your mission and purpose, investing in the gathering years, growing your village, and keeping your eye on the bigger picture. And when you are telling these stories in the circle, or when you are talking about these points in this circle, it's important that you explain to the girls how to do these things, because some of them don't know, but they think it's something that they can't achieve. But actually, when you ask them about the qualities they admire and the things that they care about in life and the things that become a burning desire for them, you help them develop that finding your mission and purpose. Just like the story of confidence we mentioned just now, she actually just found this thing that she really cared about and she took it further. And it wasn't a huge thing, it was a small thing, but it helped her become a courageous leader within her small space. And then in the point about investing in your gathering years, why this is important is because the girls think that they can watch influencers or watch social media. What you want to guide them about is when you are investing, you are looking for knowledge about the things that you care about, that you're watching talks and speeches and reading books about things that are actually going to help you develop your purpose. So it's about giving the girls pointers about how they can do that. Rita always says that at this point in the conversations, you start finding that the mentees actually start telling each other what they should be doing in terms of helping find their purpose, or what they should be, how they should be knowledge gathering about the things that they care about. And then the other thing is that you also then help them grow their village by telling them about the people that can help them with the knowledge gathering. So if the girls care about something and they want to learn more about something, show them how they can grow their village by talking to people who can help them. For example, within the network that they are in here at Girls for Girls, when Rita was mentioning the profiles earlier, if you find girls within your circle have a need or a love or passion about something, guide them towards the mentor or the mentee that could help them learn and grow their knowledge in that space. So that's really one way of showing the girls how to do that. They often don't realize that the people or the answers that they need, the questions that they need answered, are really so close to them, and it's not something that's far outside of their reach. And then the other thing is keeping the eye on the bigger picture. Growing your village, I think the one thing about Girls for Girls is all about growing the village in terms of the mentors. You can see the amazing group of women that are on this call from so many diverse, beautiful backgrounds doing such incredible things. And so the girls need to know that actually, without them even realizing, there are people around them all the time who could be helping them develop and helping them develop, grow, and help them grow. I mean, I love the eagles, that saying about you can't be an eagle if you're hanging out with chickens. It's about making sure that the people that you are surrounding yourself by are those people that will help you develop in the way you want to go. And then I guess keeping your eye on the bigger picture. I'm going to share my own story a little bit here, in that I've never had a very direct career. I've done and tried lots of things and done many different, worked for many different types of industries. But what I didn't realize is all that time I was busy gathering my knowledge, learning different skills, learning different things that ultimately have helped me be where I am today. Because while I was building that knowledge and while I was growing my village, I was also always knew that there was this thing that I wanted to do about helping people develop, helping people grow and create jobs. And so these are the things that ultimately I cared about. I might have taken a different path to get there, but I ultimately did get there. And I think so many of the girls these days are under so much pressure to achieve and to, they've been comparing themselves to others all the time. It's important that you let them know that there are no mistakes along this journey. It's always you might take some steps in a different direction, but you can always come back to where you ultimately have to be. So those are the key things, those 4 key points that you need to help them get across. The things I would be wary of in this section is be careful as a mentor here of not telling your whole life story. It's important that one shares the snippets that are relevant to the 4 points, and this is the time now, because you build trust with the girls, where you really need to start encouraging them to talk more than what you are talking, and to make sure that they are sharing their, when you're sharing your short story about maybe how you invested in your gathering years, let them talk and ask questions and see how you can help them. Also be very wary of imposing what you think they should be doing, like telling the girls, like, go and do this and you should be doing that, and make sure that you are more encouraging and supportive as opposed to trying to impose your views on them. And then I think the other thing is also everyone has their own struggles, and I guess not bringing any bias or creating a distance between yourself and the girls. This is a real session for building even more of a bond with the girls that you're mentoring. So relate to them stories and ask questions and delve deeper wherever you possibly can. All right, so those are the key things about courageous leadership. It's a very important session, and as I said, when you see those lights, that light goes on in the girls' eyes at the end of the session, you will understand why they just don't realize that it is so simple. It doesn't have to go and be this huge thing that they can do in the world. Sometimes just helping a small people within their community or at their school, and then when they come back and they share the stories with you, you can see the passion and excitement is ignited. It's really about delving deep into what the girls really care about. What is it that, like that burning anger or something that they really feel like they can make a change or make a difference in? And if you probe carefully, you can definitely find that very easily. All right. Thank you. So any questions, ladies, about Courageous Leadership Session? No?
So there is a question about where the 4 principles are, Val. So maybe, maybe you just want to reference the document that was sent out on the page.
So in your mentorship handbook, it's page 10 of your mentorship handbook, and then Professor Kern will also reference it. She references it specifically in her speech as well. And that's why I say listen to that speech a few times if you can, even though it is a bit long. It really has some. Every time you'll get another pearl of wisdom from it. It's a really fantastic talk. Any other questions, ladies? Okay, fantastic. I am now going to hand over to Rita to talk about art of communication.
Okay, thanks, Val. So for anyone, if you still have questions lingering from Val's session, please feel free to put them in the chat box. Okay. So I'm going to talk about the art of communication, and you're going to notice as we go along that the modules build on each other. So we said in session 1, it's about building trust. Yes, building trust amongst the mentees and the mentors, but it's also symbolism for the way we build trust in the bigger society. So it's a twofold message that we are teaching them, because they need to understand how to build trusting relationships as they embark on their leadership journey. Then we moved into courageous leadership, where it is an introspection, because we get the girls to look inside. What's your vision, your mission, your value system, what Val has just walked us through. But at that point, you're allowing the girl to look inside and see the leadership potential, and you're convincing her that she knows and she will be a leader. Now that she's convinced that she can be a leader, it's now about how do you start communicating your leadership agenda. And that's why the art of communication is important. Leaders need to be able to communicate effectively. In order to provide guidance, I need to be able to say what it is I would like my team to be able to do. So art of communication, I think Alan likes to remind us, is extremely important, because as women, we want to own how we communicate. So the art of communication, the way we cover it in Girls for Girls, is not about standing up and speaking in a particular tone of voice and whatever. We are also saying, find the way that you would like to communicate, so that when you communicate, you do so authentically and in the most effective manner. And we know how we do it. As women, if you stop and you think about the time when you think you're at your best, when you're communicating, it's typically going to be maybe with an environment you're comfortable with, maybe with your girlfriends, as you're catching up on why life is so tough. Watch and look at the way we talk. Typically, it's through the storytelling. So tell your story is pivotal under the Girls for Girls segment. It's how our mothers and our grandmothers imparted knowledge to us. If you think about it, some of the biggest life lessons have not been in the classroom, but it's been on those sides when you're truly comfortable, you're in your best element, you're communicating as authentically as possible. But then the messages think through, and you too are imparting effectively to someone else. So for so long, I think we recognize women's voices have been silenced. They've been telling us how to communicate in the boardroom. This is the way we should be talking. Whereas now what we are saying, as we free ourselves to push on the woman agenda, let's also be comfortable with the way we want to communicate. And we typically do so through the telling of stories. So the art of communication, I'm just going to share my slide a little bit. Today it's really giving me a hard time. Okay, let me do that. I'm just going to show you the objectives And then I'm going to drop the slide because it's communication. I do want to see you. So this session is about providing a framework for effective communication. There are tools we talk about. There are going to be techniques that we're going to be talking about. And it's about crafting your message to make sure it is heard and that it targets both the head, the factual, which is what is very male oriented, but it also touches the heart. Professor Lulama and Elaine started talking about that, you know, that we are really getting here because that is what is most effective for us. And there are 4 principles that we look at over here that I'm going to be covering. The first is know your audience, know the why behind your what, tell your story, and how to make a call to action. There are 3 skills that we focus on, and that is the ability to be clear, clarity in your communication, being persuasive, and being inspirational. So I'm going to break this a little bit, and we get onto your laptops, we're going to do a poll, okay? So get ready to respond. I only have about a minute for this. Can you see my question? My question is, can you see it? Yes or no? Yes. Can someone? Yes. So my question to you is, what challenges do you face when you're communicating? Do you suffer from nerves? Do you sometimes struggle to connect with the audience? It's a multiple choice, so you can pick multiple. Sometimes you're not clear and logical. So in other words, sometimes you don't feel that you're reaching out with your message. Sometimes you freeze. And yes, maybe there are some people who have no challenges at all when they're communicating. Okay, so we see people responding. I have a particular view. I don't know whether you guys can see what the responses are. Val, are you able to see them? Yes. Okay.
So we have 59. I'm going to end it now.
No, don't worry. I'll end it. I'll end it. Okay. Don't end it. Okay, continue. Let me continue. Okay. It has restarted. Sorry, let's do this again. Sorry. So just those of you who had responded, please respond again. I will end the poll, Val. Thank you. Okay. So suffering from nerves seems to be a really big one. Yeah. Some people feel they're not clear and logical when they're talking. A few freeze. All of us, I think, have done that. There's some people who have no challenges, and there's some who struggle to connect with the audience. Okay, so the big fear seems to be the nerves. Are we okay? Have we all voted? I suffer from nerves is still going up? Okay, okay. So there we have it. I've stopped the poll. So the majority of us seem to suffer from nerves, okay? So we're going to address it. What can we do to, bring our nerves down? The next seem to be, they're not clear, they're not logical, and then there's struggling with the connection, there's some freezing, but we also have a good 20% who seem not to have a challenge. Okay, thank you very much. Okay, so let's start off with the skills that we're building. So a tip about the art of communication. Unlike the 2 previous sessions where we typically bring a speaker, an inspirational speaker, a phenomenal woman who comes and shares her story, talking to the principals in that session, normally what we do in art of communication is that because it is skills-based, we want to practice the skills. So we normally do a lot of role play, especially when we are trying to address how to be clear, how to be persuasive, and how to be inspirational. So for example, today afternoon, we're going into the art of communication with the University of Johannesburg, and they've chosen a couple of skits. I think one is the university girls applying for a scholarship. So we always look for something that is relevant to them. And then there's going to be a scenario around how, I think it's 2 roommates who don't seem to get along. There's going to be a good scenario and a bad scenario. So what we do is we get actors, actresses, sometimes it's the mentors, sometimes we involve the mentees. And after each little skit, we then stop and we ask ourselves, were you clear? Were you persuasive? Or, were you inspirational? For example, when you're trying to apply for the scholarship program. So it is very skills-based. And that's the big difference between art of communication and the others. And that's how we kick off. We kick off by saying, okay, these 3 areas. So the 3 areas prior to coming for the session, the girls and the mentors and the mentees shall have received a video. So there's a nice video, about a 16-minute by Professor McCarthy, who lectures on effective communication at Harvard. And he talks about these skills. Now, what is important is during the session, we try to talk about how to make sure you're clear, you're persuasive, and you're inspirational. And the tips he gives us are those 4 items which he mentions that are on page 10 of your handbook, which is now what I am going to unpack. So the first one is to know your audience, and it's about understanding your audience and their expectations. So for those of you who are nervous, that's the first thing you need to do. Know it is who you're going to talk to. If you know the age group, their interests, then it already calms you down. It means that you know how to pitch. You know how to pitch in terms of language. You know the examples to give. You know, which particular points they might be interested in and which ones, yes, maybe you need to quickly cover and get over with. But to know your audience actually means you first have to listen. Okay, so if we're talking about an oral engagement, it means you really need to be listening for what is it they're interested in. So if we take the skit we are going to do today afternoon, when that scholar, the person who is undertaking the interviews for the scholarship is asking the questions, you can begin to tell what her areas of interest are. If you're addressing a large audience, so for example, or let's even take your circles, it's important that you know their age groups, you know what it is that they're scared about. We, for instance, share baseline information. When the girls register, we take that information and we share it with you, the circle mentors, so that you know where are they coming from, which faculty, for example, which university are they coming from, what challenges am I dealing with here. It will automatically help calm you down. And these are the small tips that we give to the girls, where we say, once you understand your audience, once you know your audience, then it means you know the language to use, you know the examples to use, you know how to articulate. So for example, the language we use when we are talking to the high school girls will be different than the language that we use when we are talking to the university girls. Or even here in this forum, we are all conscious as facilitators when we were preparing yesterday, we were all conscious that we're not talking to South Africans alone, which means we cannot be giving examples or be talking in acronyms that only South Africans understand. We have people from Rwanda, from Uganda, from Kenya, from Senegal, who are Franco speakers, French speakers. So we need to make sure that we're clear and that we also will be using examples and illustrations that make sense to all of you so that we're all moving together. So when you're explaining these concepts in the circles, please remember to be able to draw on examples like this. It happened to me 2 days ago. I was working and I was on a call. Someone called me and said to me, is this Girls for Girls? I said, yes. And then they said, this proposal that you submitted, we've submitted so many proposals to so many telecom companies for free data because of the online sessions we're doing. So I didn't even know, okay, which proposal are we talking about? So quickly identifies himself. So it's a man I'm talking to. So already I'm identifying my audience. He's calling me from a business sales unit, okay? So he's not calling me from the corporate social responsibility unit. So already I'm in the frame of mind knowing that this business unit, he's going to want to discuss facts. And he quickly says to me, look, your request is too big. We cannot sponsor 600 girls worth of data. So this is what you're going to need from me. But tell me a little bit more about your organization. The way I described Girls for Girls to him would be very different than the way I would describe Girls for Girls to when I'm recruiting a mentor. If I'm talking to a prospective mentor, I would tell you about the emotional side of things. I'd say, hey, great group of women, we're all looking to pay it forward. This is what drives us. Now that I'm on the phone, negotiating with a potential somebody who is willing to invest in data for girls, I had to talk differently. He wanted facts. He was like, wait a moment, how many girls are we talking about? So I gave him the number of girls. I told him how long the sessions run. I told him we always give 1 gig's worth of data per session, and I could see the conversation was flowing fine. So that is know your audience. There's so many different ways of describing Girls for Girls, but depending on the audience, I would describe it differently, okay? So be ready to explain that to the girls. The second key point under the art of communication is knowing the why behind your what. This links back to the point about the story and us as women showing your emotion. So what does what mean? What are typically the facts, the things that appeal to the head? So talking numbers, like I said, to the gentleman I was talking to, making a very logical, breakdown of things. But the why is also is the emotional side. It's the piece of you that you show somebody, you show your audience, so that they're thinking, okay, I'm not listening to Rita just delivering a standard rota, coming off of a PowerPoint slide. There's small bits and pieces that you give. When you do that, there are two things that happen. One, you're making an emotional connection with people because you're sharing a little bit of yourself. But two, you're showing why they want to join the journey with you. So when you say the why behind your what, normally it is an indication of the thing that is driving you. For example, if we take the scholarship program that we're going to be talking about later on today, the scholarship interviewer might ask, why should we consider you? There are excellent grades that are sitting in front of me, 60 curriculum vitae, but we are only looking for 5 people. What is it that makes you exceptional? So you might once you've understood the organization that wants to support you, say for example, it's a charity foundation. Let's take Asnath Mahapa Foundation. But I know that the Asnath Mahapa Foundation is about STEM. They're interested on the engineering side of things. I will want to explain to them what my connection is with the STEM sector for them to want to see why I am exceptional for them. Or if I've read a little bit about who Asnath Mahapa is, I might be able to say to her, I too, when I was a young girl, I've always dreamt about, flying those big planes. You find something that connects you to the individual or to the institution, and suddenly you're no longer just one of the 60 CVs, you're one of those 5 exceptional people that they should be considering. So it's something that is worth each of us reflecting on. I love the Girls for Girls models because whenever you read through them, it is not just for the girls. For you to be able to explain the modules to the girls, it also requires you to do an introspection. So when you're talking about the why, for example, behind the what, why are you here at Girls for Girls? It's easy to say, oh, I want to help another woman. But I would encourage you even tonight to really take time and think through, why is it that you're really at Girls for Girls? My own, I keep sharing with my team, it's twofold. One, the bigger issue was, at the time that I was looking for something to contribute towards my society, we had a lot of corruption and rot, not that it's any better right now. But at that time, during the Zuma years and the sagas that we were having, I just thought to myself, we need to do something. We need a cleaner generation that is going to come and remove all this rot, corruption, and fraud that is happening in front of us. So let me invest my time with young women. So Girls for Girls became a fantastic vehicle for me. So for each of you, there is a why behind your what. And when you explain it to people, suddenly you find you're making a faster connection, okay? When you're also talking about the why behind the what, so this is just a little tip. For those of you who write reports, it is the why behind your what is not only important for the oral communication, it is also important for the report writing. And I'm raising it now because it's one of the things we pride ourselves in South Africa. The reports that we write as part of our monitoring and evaluation, you will see, and not just about the numbers, how many girls attended, what time the session started. When we talk about, for example, that the University of Johannesburg, the 2020 cohort, we are able to get 100% responses from the mentees when we send the feedback form. We don't just say 100% responded. We try and explain why we think the 100% responded. And I'm always encouraging the report writers, analyze it, go behind the what. The what is 100% responded, but why? Then we begin to unpack it. It's because they have a wonderful mentee that coordinates. It then becomes a deeper learning process. So for me recently, my big learning point around knowing the why behind the what is that it's such an important tool, not only in oral communication, but also in written communication. That for every point you're explaining, you can describe the facts, but also try and show people why those facts have come to be. The third important point under communication is to tell your story. If you've been watching from the beginning or listening from the beginning, you'll see that Valerie, Elaine, all of us tell our stories. Even the people who chip in with a little bit of chat, you will find that you're telling your story. And so like I've said above, the point about telling your story is to make that emotional connection. The emotional connection is that inspirational bit. Remember the 3 skills we're building: be clear, be persuasive, be inspirational. So the inspirational is you sharing a story. Now, at a practical level within the Girls for Girls circles, it's something that you will see flows through each of the modules. Anytime you're looking at the content within the guidebook, there's always going to be somewhere where they say, be prepared to share your story on being a courageous leader, on, you know, the challenges you have suffered and how you have overcome them. Because the storytelling under Girls for Girls is the methodology, it's the key way that we teach. We do not train, what we do is we share our stories. The sharing of the stories, like we've said earlier on, is not just the good hero stories, it is also the challenges you've faced, because that makes you more approachable. Going back to building trust, the more approachable you are, the more vulnerable you look, and the girls buy into you better. So all these modules are interconnected. As you share a piece of you, you're actually saying to the girl, look, this is who I am, this is who I have been, come and join the journey with me. You do not have to fall the way I fell if you listen to my story and can learn from your story. So the telling of a story can come manifold. You can tell your personal story. So for example, I shared with you why I personally wanted to help establish Girls for Girls in South Africa. But sometimes you might find that a better story comes from someone else. It might be, and I'm always picking on Asnath Mahapa, who, for those of you who don't know, and you will be privileged to meet her today, she's covering session 5, is the first Black commercial woman pilot in South Africa. Anytime we're talking about courage, I always fall back on Asnath's story, because she has just an incredible tale to tell. She didn't even know that she was breaking ground. It's only until way after that she discovered she was the first Black woman pilot. But what it took to get there is phenomenal. It's a much better story of courage than I can ever tell of my own. You can also tell a story of us, society. For those of you who watched the gender-based violence webinar that we had last week, some of the best feedback we received was for the first speaker, Tando Gumede, because she helped us understand the story of, and it wasn't just South Africa, but the story of Africa, and why the violence we experienced in the colonial days or in the apartheid days has resulted in so much gender-based violence happening today. So she used the story of us. She didn't take her story. She took the story of us to explain how we have landed to where we are today. If I may stay on the gender-based violence webinar, for those of you who watched, the second speaker was Mara, who told us her personal story about gender-based violence and what it did to her to be able to now be holding a hand out to other sisters and making sure that GBV is not an issue in their lives. So my point here is this, that there are many ways of telling the story. It is not only your story that you can tell. Yes, you can tell your story, but you can tell someone else's story, or you can even tell the bigger societal story. The last bit is about making a call to action. So this is principle number 4, for those of you who are following me on page number 10. So making a call to action is that last opportunity whereby you explain to people why you're there in the first place. Why am I talking to you? Why am I here at the scholarship interview? Why are we even having this session? And it is an opportunity that sometimes is missed. So for those of you who, for example, gave feedback and said, sometimes you feel you're not clear, you're not logical, I would propose this, that when you're preparing to talk to an audience or for that scholarship interview, for the board level interview, as many of you here would be, start off with what your call to action is and then unpack it. Because that call to action, the way I see it, it's that pivotal thing. It's the one thing that you're trying to get across. For example, as far as I'm concerned, for this session, my call to action for the art of communication is, please let the girls' voices be heard. In the art of communication, it is about listening and allowing the girls to speak up. And again, it goes back to the way we drive the session. So in the beginning, we have the role play. So a few girls are involved. Then you go into the circles to discuss these 4 principles. And in those 4 circles, every girl's voice must be heard. What are the challenges you face? How do you address these challenges? In the circles, everyone is heard. Towards the end of the circles, in the art of communication, we actually invite the girls to speak, okay? And they're in the small safe space that was created under Building Trust, we're then able to say, okay, fine. You know, everyone is able to test it. I am so sorry. It's called life. And this is how the art of communication can be destroyed. I've got two puppies who like to fight each other. So sorry, I'm getting out of the circle session. After the circle session in the art of communication, we then have a debrief, and we actually allocate literally a whole hour after it. Because when we come out of the circles, we want to now invite the girls to speak in the bigger audience. So remember the fear that a lot of us talked about, whereby we are saying that we're scared of speaking in the big audience. What we do with the girls is we gradually ease them on. In the first hour, we did the role play. In the second hour, we've heard all of them speak up within the circles, and we've given them a chance to do their speeches in the safe space they're comfortable with. When we come to the last hour now, it's the big plenary session. So, for example, today we will have 34 listening ears listening to the speeches. So it is, and the point I'm trying to make is this, that it's less theoretical. In the art of communication, we are demonstrating that it is possible for you to be an effective communicator, such that by the end of the session, they're able to communicate clearly, they're able to communicate persuasively, and they're able to do so in an inspirational manner through the speeches that we use, okay? So that's where I end. No, there are a couple of things that I would like to emphasize for you to be wary of when we are in the art of communication. So the first thing is that we should model what we are teaching. When we say the art of communication starts off by listening, yeah? Know your audience means you first listen, or you study, you research them. Listening, you have to be able to make sure that you yourself in the sessions are listening to the girls. Because now they're going to be saying, but Ma'am Rita says that we should listen, but at the end of the day, she really doesn't. She just wants to tell us her story all the time. Remember to model that behavior. Two is that because it is very skills-based. Remember in the beginning, we are doing role play. Then we come into the circles, we talk, but we also practice the speeches. And then the last bit is about listening to the girls deliver their speeches. It is very activity-driven, which means you can lose time. So from a practical, logistical perspective, it is one of those sessions whereby you need a strict timekeeper to make sure that, yes, you're covering all the content, but at the same time, and you're allowing people to feel free, the ones who are like, maybe I should speak, okay, maybe I'm not going to speak, but okay, now I want to speak, that you still allow that to happen, but that you're able to cover everything that you want to cover. Please also do not force the mentees to speak up. Everyone has their time. Like Elaine explained earlier on, there are some girls who light up in session 4, light up in session 5. It's okay. If anyone doesn't want to speak up, work with her behind the scenes. As long as we get to hear her voice every once in a while, that is fine. The last thing, it is not about language and accents. G4G is not an elitist organization. What we are trying to say is you understand how it is to communicate effectively, but in the way that you're best placed to do so that you communicate authentically. And I think that's it. Thank you very much. Any questions? Despite my dogs making noise in the background. Okay, show of hands. I'm going to give you 3 seconds. If not, I will propose that we post the questions in the chat box, and then we shall continue. Any question, any clarification? No. I hope I was clear. I hope I was persuasive. I hope I was inspirational. Amen. Let me hand it back to Valerie.
All right. Thank you so much, Rita. Actually, the puppies were trying to be inspirational too. All right. So I'm now going to introduce someone that Rita's already mentioned. She's one of our directors of G4G South Africa and a shining light in our community of girls. Asnath Mahapa is going to talk to us. Sorry, I'm so wrong. Sorry, apologies. Mmabatho. Asnath, you next. This is the second time I've done it.
I know.
I am not being clear.
Val Asnath to speak.
Oh, Mmabatho, I'm so sorry. I do apologize. Are you there? I don't see you on my
I'm
screen.
here.
Oh, great. I do apologize, Mmabatho. Okay, you are going to speak to us about negotiation. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Val. I was thinking I will have Asnath go before me anytime. So, you know, if it was not for the order of how things run, I would have been happy to have Asnath go. Ladies, thank you so much. I like to play. So I'm going to start my session by getting us to play a little bit. So I hope all of you have a piece of paper. Maybe you have a notebook or something you can write on, and a pen or a pencil with you. Can I get, even if it's a thumbs up or just, you know, an okay in the chat bar, something to say, yes, we're good to go. I've got some writing material with me. Fantastic. I'm seeing a few thumbs up. So I'm going to take it that we can move ahead. So here's what I want to do, or what I would like you to do. I would like you, please, on your piece of paper, to draw a circle. Right. So I take it everybody's drawn their circle. And then I want you to draw another circle close to that first one. Okay, you have two circles. On the first circle that you drew, can you then draw two small triangles that are attached to the circle? Two small triangles that are attached to the first circle. Similarly, I'd like you to go to the second circle and draw two triangles that are also attached to that circle. So circle number 2 also gets two triangles attached to it. Now what I'd like you to do is go back to circle number 1, and inside circle number 1, draw 3 small circles. Three small circles inside circle number 1. Then, can you please draw a line that is attached to circle number 2? A line that is attached to circle number 2. And then the last thing I'd like you to do, please, is to go back to circle number 1 and draw a line inside of circle number 1. Fantastic. Now, if you don't mind, I'd love for as many people as possible, or all of you, to just show us, put up what you've actually come up with. Okay. I love that, Natasha Halim. Okay, there's Natasha's picture. Zainab, okay, is oh, Val is, I love your drawing, Val. I see Asnath's one as well. Okay, fantastic. I hope as I'm looking that you are also looking at the other ladies' pictures, right? There's Margaret's one, I see Sideh, Sheila. Okay, so quite a few. Let's see, Revelina. Thank you, Evelyn, Jamila. Awesome. Right, I haven't gone through all of them, but if you observed the other people's or the other women's pictures, works of art, I should call them, you will have noticed that there are no two that are exactly the same, yes? Did you notice that? I gave all of you the exact same instructions, but none of you came up with the same picture. So what is this madness that I'm doing when I'm supposed to be talking about negotiations? Work with me on this one. Here's the deal. All of us have a story. All of us have experience. All of us have a life that we have lived and continue to live that is informed by different values, that is informed by different biases, different experiences, different beliefs, different perspectives and worldviews, right? So while we may have a lot in common, we also have a lot that is different, that informs who we are and how we show up in the world. In the context of negotiations, it is important to be mindful of what lies beneath the surface, as it were. My own beliefs, my own perspectives, my own views very often come into play when I'm interacting with other people. As we sit here as this beautiful circle of women in our respective regions, countries, and so forth, we all have a different story to tell about ourselves and where we've been. And if I have to negotiate with any of you, I come into the interaction or the engagement with a certain mindset. So my little activity, silly as it may seem, is really saying to us, be mindful of, one, the story that you tell yourself about yourself, but secondly, the story that you may tell yourself about the other person or party that you would be negotiating with. So that's the first step. So have that frame of mind that says, how well do I know myself? What is the story that I'm telling myself as I go into what may potentially be a nerve-wracking situation if I'm about to negotiate, if I'm about to do a little dance, as I call it, with somebody else to get something that I want. So have that in mind also as we go through this session. So for me, the easiest way that I think of what negotiation is that it is a dance, as I've already said. It is a dance of persuasion. It is between myself and another person, or it may be a few other people, and we're trying to convince each other of something. There is something at stake for all of us. We've put something on the table, and each one of us feels that they have a need for that particular thing. We know that not one person can have it all to themselves, but I need to be able to be clear in my mind, to be able to be clear in my communication, what it is I want and why I want it. So negotiation, again, another way of looking at it is really about benefits and burdens. I want the benefit of the thing, whatever it may be, that's on the table. But the burden means, but what am I willing to bring? It's a give and take. The ideal with a negotiation is that it is a win-win to a large extent. It shouldn't be a zero-sum game. And by that I mean, it shouldn't ideally be a situation where one person gets everything and everybody else leaves with nothing. So win-win, benefits and burdens, a little dance where we're persuading each other that whatever is at stake, we need a portion of it, but we're trying to say to the other people, here's what I need, here's what you may get, and here's why I need what I'm looking at in this particular situation. What is critical, ladies, with this particular session is that negotiation can seem quite daunting, right? It seems like a very big word. Whoa, negotiation. We often think of it in a business context. To Rita's point about knowing your audience, if you are working with a group of mentees who may be girls in high school, for argument's sake, or girls in a university, be mindful of the examples that you would be using, but be mindful firstly of what you pitch negotiation to be. If you think about it, all of us are negotiating every single day. Rita did not negotiate with her puppies this morning, so they kind of showed up when they shouldn't have been. I often say to people, very simple, in our circle of mentors and mentees, I give a Saturday, for argument's sake, like today, to spend time on some work that we're doing as G4G. I normally have other things that I need to do on a Saturday. And so I have to negotiate with my family that if I can't do my bit that I'm responsible for, can I ask one of, whether it's one of my kids or my partner to take my portion of the work and I would do something else. So what I'm trying to say is normalize negotiation, make it something that the young people or the young women can relate to. So it is about benefits and burdens, but it's actually something that all of us do more regularly perhaps than we realize. This session, very much like the first three that we have covered, so building trust, the art of communication that Rita did, and then of course also the session before that on courageous leadership that Val covered for us, all have a video that the mentors and the mentees alike have to watch before the session. It is also by a Harvard professor, Keely, I hope I'm saying her name right, Kisley Hong. And in that video, she gives a framework that I'm going to share with you now. It is a very simple framework and a very easy to remember framework. She calls it the U framework, as in Y-O-U. Y-O-U. And as an acronym, Y-O-U stands for the following. The Y is yourself, the O is others, and the U is understanding. Yourself, others, understanding. And now let me get into each of these elements of the U framework. What Professor Hong says is, before you step into a negotiation with anyone, you have to have a deep understanding of yourself. What do you want exactly out of the negotiation? And why do you want it? Because remember, this session is about advocating for yourself as well as advocating for others. But the first step is about having clarity of mind about what is in it for you and why you want the thing that you want. Whatever's at stake for you, what does it mean? Secondly, are you aware of yourself in terms of your own strengths, for example? And this is critically important. Negotiation requires, and this is something that we ask the mentors to emphasize quite strongly with the mentees, is while it may be nerve-wracking, while it may be a little bit scary to negotiate for something that you want, make sure that you step into the process in a space of strength. Recognize what your own strengths are. Recognize that your voice is powerful. Recognize also that as much as you want something, you're not being greedy, as Professor Hong reminds us in her video. You're not being unreasonable. You want something because you are also willing to bring something to the table. So self-awareness is absolutely important. I also add to this, exactly going back to our little activity that we started with. Know your own voice in your head. Because whether we realize it or not, from day to day as we move, there's a particular narrative that's always playing around in our head. In a negotiation, I might go in thinking, oh, you know, I have to negotiate with Valerie. Valerie is so difficult to talk to. Valerie is, and oh my gosh, I'm not good enough. I don't, you know, I'm not as educated as she is. Who am I to want? So, oh, well, right? Lots of stories that may be in my head. I have to arrest the noise that's in my own head. So that's part of the you. Know yourself in terms of your own strength. Know what you want to achieve. An important element for me also in terms of knowing yourself is know your own values, because from a negotiating point of view, the ideal is that you would leave with whatever it is that is at stake for you. But there may be alternatives. What if I don't get what I want? What is the alternative I'm willing to settle for? Thirdly, it could be that I walk away and I say, no deal, because I may be asked by the other party to give something that according to my beliefs and values is unreasonable or is just not feasible. Rita often shares the example of, you know, think of a negotiation. It could be for argument's sake in a work environment. I am negotiating for a salary increase or a promotion, or maybe I am even looking for a job. And suppose that the person I have to negotiate with is a male who then says to me, okay, I'm willing to give you this job or this promotion or this raise, only if you sleep with me. Do my values resonate with that? Do I want to sleep with somebody for a job? If my answer is no, and I am adamant that I would not do something like that, then it's no deal. So stress very much with the mentees, with the girls, that sometimes in a process of negotiation, you may leave, you may walk away because the self that you know is not comfortable or is not willing to give that which compromises their own values and their own beliefs. So yourself, like I said, the first part of the U framework. Now we move to others. For me, the element of others is a two-sided coin, because remember we said the session is about advocating for yourself, but also for others. The point of the mentees being part of this program is that they're learning to really show up as leaders. And as a leader, there may be a time when you have to stand up on behalf of other people, when you have to intercede, as it were, for the needs of others and not only yourself. It could be your community, it could be your family, it could be a group of, fellow students in a school environment, for argument's sake. What is critical here is that when you advocate for others, remember that they also have their own needs. They have their own viewpoints and perspectives. You cannot stand on behalf of other people when you have not understood what they want, when you have not understood or done the work to figure out what their own goals and interests are. So that's the one side of the coin of others. So know the interests, the goals, the desires of the people for whom you are advocating. The second part of it, on the flip side of this coin, others could be the party that you are negotiating with. So if I'm negotiating with, I'm just seeing a name in front of me, with Naniki, for example, what do I know about her? What do I know as the things that interest her, the things that move her, the things that are important for her within the context of our negotiation? If I say negotiation is not a zero-sum game, in other words, it's a win for me, but it's also got to be a win for Naniki. Part of the conversation that I'm going to have with her is saying, Naniki, I recognize what your need is. So as much as I want to get something, here's what I'm willing to give that also speaks to your needs and your desires in this process. So knowing others is knowing their goals and their interests, but you can only do so from a place where you are really listening. To Rita's point, we don't just listen with our ears, we listen with our hearts, right? We listen with our eyes as well. So you've really got to understand the landscape and the people in that landscape of whatever it is you are negotiating for. Right, now on to the U of the U framework. U is, and I've said the word many times now, is understanding. Understanding what is at stake, understanding what the needs are, as I've already said. Whatever my case is that I'm putting on the table, what is my own motivation? That's self-understanding and understanding of the situation. The people that I am advocating for, the people that I am negotiating with, how well do I understand them? So I loved Rita's example, because even in her example that she gave about, getting a phone call from someone she didn't even know, what she very quickly could tag into is, oh, just hearing what his job title is or the department to which he belongs at this organization. He's a business person. He wants facts and figures. He wants something that's kind of, I need to have more of a technical conversation with him around numbers, etc., versus just sort of the very emotional and feel-good elements of the work that G4G is doing. That was Rita very quickly understanding her audience. How well do you understand what it is you are trying to achieve, but also the people that you are representing and the people with whom you need to have this, this interaction? So just a recap on the U framework. Y is for yourself, so self-awareness of own strengths, just as a summary. Others, knowing and understanding what the needs and goals or interests of other people are. And the U really underpins those first two elements of the framework, understanding, I'll call it the negotiation landscape. In other words, what factors are at play that would impact the success of the negotiation process itself. Understanding what I bring to the table, understanding the case from the perspective of the people that I am negotiating with. How we then run the session. So you would take the mentees through the U framework as I've done, but you want to bring it to life. as we've said, story is incredibly important, and we know it works because it makes theory very practical. There are a number of tools, if I may call them that you could use to bring the work to life. One, very much like the other sessions, would be to invite a guest speaker. Make sure that you invite somebody to whom the mentees can relate. So for example, if you are talking to a group of high school mentees, and I keep thinking of high school mentees because in the cohort that where I volunteered or contributed, our girls were high school girls. Now, I cannot bring a speaker who is going to talk to them about, while it's not necessarily irrelevant, but it's about practicality and relatability, if I can call it that. If I bring in somebody who says, you know, I'm a board chairperson of this organization and all day I talk about mergers and acquisitions and I talk great stuff, but how does a young woman, a young girl in high school make sense of that? So even if somebody does really great work, ask your speaker to make sure that they bring it to their level and to the understanding of the audience. So guest speakers are fantastic. Make sure you prep up the guest speaker in a way that they can connect with the girls. The second thing is you can role play. A simple thing like, let's negotiate for something. It can be, oh, there's 10 of us and we want to each have an orange, but there's only one orange. How do we do that? So you get the girls to role play a little bit about that. Or they can do a skit of some sort. You could also bring up a case study of some sort for the girls to think about, to interrogate, to learn from. So think about as creative as possible ideas that you can bring into your session, but always keep it practical, keep it relatable. And I think just, like I said, dispel the notion that negotiation is something hard or is something that only people with work experience can do. Everybody negotiates from day to day to day. And Val is saying to me, time is up, so I'm going to leave it at that. Val, can we have a minute, if necessary, just for any questions, if I have not been clear in any way? And then I shall close my session.
Lulama has raised a question in the chat box. I don't know whether you can see it.
Are good negotiators born or made? I think like, Rita, is it you?
Complete the question. She says the why behind my question. Do you see it? It continues.
Is what world-renowned negotiators happen to be men? Oh, the why behind my question is that world-renowned negotiators happen to be men. So, Lulama, let me say this. I think women are great negotiators. Think of our mothers. The men that we often see put on a pedestal as negotiators are men who are, let's say, statesmen, right? We think of, let me use the example of South Africa, mindful of the fact that, of course, we are a group from all, different parts of the world. In South Africa, we had a negotiated settlement, political settlement, and it was the men who were there. But I would be remiss in saying the women were not involved. While they were not the ones whose faces were shown at CODESA or wherever else, the women were there. We were part of, firstly, getting us to where we got to. I think it really is about who's telling the story. I always say whoever's holding the pen writes the story from their perspective. And so we mostly see men, which is not necessarily an indication that women do not know how to negotiate. It's what's being put out in the world. So are they born or are they made? I think if they were purely born, we wouldn't even do this. The fact is, like leadership, negotiating is a learnable skill. It is all about practicing it, knowing what it is you're trying to achieve, and practice, practice, and practice.
Maybe just to add in there, I think we always have, an idea that males dominate certain fields or certain roles, especially in the workplace. However, I must mention that we, during the Girls for Girls UJ cohort last year, were exposed to some really powerful negotiators in our country. So say, for example, Advocate Gamotso, during the Thabo Mbeki President Elaine, she played a very vital role, you know, in her field. And yes, like you mentioned, we don't always hear about them. They kind of behind the scenes, but they strategically, they are the thinkers behind a lot of what is decided on.
And I think, Zainab, to add on top of that, we bring in a strategic perspective. But women, whether it's socialization, you know, nurture versus nature, we also have the intuition to pick up the emotional aspects of going into a negotiation. And so we have those, you know, we have the heart eyes very often that men don't necessarily always bring to the table. So absolutely, I fully agree with you. We are there. Perhaps we just need to write more of our own stories to highlight the fact that we are just as good, maybe even better in some cases, as negotiators. Val, I see there's a whole bunch of other questions that I picked up, but I don't think I have any more time. So I'll try and respond.
There's an interesting one Pearl has just said. You know, she said women are always negotiating with their children, in the market, with workers, with partners, with neighbors. Negotiation is not a formalized negotiation. It happens all the time, which is an excellent point, huh?
Absolutely, absolutely. Right, Val? I'm zipping it.
But if you don't mind, you can just go through the questions in the chat if there's anything else that we didn't pick up, that we didn't get a chance to answer.
I'm seeing a lot of really great comments. So I won't read out the comments because that I think we can all just go through ourselves. For questions, Anita says, can I mentor my siblings and cousins? Generally people that know me so well, I fear that they may not, so it's not specifically about negotiation, but about mentoring one's siblings and cousins. I think so, Anita, that would be my response. So I'll skip that one.
I was just saying, if you want to answer them in the chat directly, you can, and then we can move on to Asnath.
Let me do that. Let's do that. Thanks, everybody. Thanks, Val.
Thank you so much, Mmabatho. That was wonderful. Thank you so much. And for people who were asking, Mmabatho, won't you give your full name, please? I can't read it from the, somebody was asking your full name because you spoke so clearly. So well done. Thank you so much. Mmabatho Nkambule. Is that right?
Nkambule.
Sorry about that. Thank you. All right. And now we are going to move on to Asnath. At last, Asnath. I now have it correct. It is you this time. And you are going to speak on running for service and public office. Please go ahead. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I hope everyone is still awake. Can I go ahead? Is it fine?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, all right. And good morning, ladies, again. And yes, I'm going to be talking about public service and running for office. So, as it was mentioned earlier, and I'm sure you've picked up by now that all these sessions are building up on each other. So once the mentees have gone through the art of communications and they've gone through negotiations, they need to be able to put what they have learned into practice. And running for office is one of those steps that they need to take. Meaning that they can now become leaders or go and do what they feel they need to do. As Rita mentioned earlier on, that in South Africa, when we're talking about public service and running for office, we tend to talk about leadership and service. The reason we do that is because when you say public service, people always think about politics, you know, being a leader in politics, but that's not always the case, you know. You can become a leader in a different area of your life, different areas in society. So for youngsters, because we're dealing with people between 15 and 25 years of age, a mentee may aspire to become a prefect or a head girl in school, or being part of a debate team, or, you know, in the student council. Some of the mentees may want to, you know, some of the things that we tend to not look at is where mentees identify problems within their community, their specific community. and then they can take a leadership role by finding solutions in those things. I'll give an example with what I saw looking at the industry that I'm in, where every time I go to work, 98% of the time guaranteed I have to work with a man, because that's just how it is. Across the world, women who are airline pilots make less than 6% worldwide. So that has always bothered me. So I then found out that women are, or younger women, are skeptical when it comes to taking the STEM subjects. They don't like doing science, maths, and probably because of culture, that this thing is difficult, or you are not meant to be an engineer. I mean, you hardly see women technicians, working on an aircraft. That's how I co-founded this organization that Rita was talking about, Asnath Mahapa Foundation, where we are dealing with teaching girls STEM projects, science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. But we want to go even a step further by giving them projects that they must complete using what they've learned in the STEM project. So these projects are applications of the STEM subjects that they've learned. So by identifying problems and finding out solutions, that's becoming a leader, and we must encourage girls to do that in their own, in their own spaces. Just something that Rita shared with me the other day, and this is what girls need to understand. I'm a numbers person, so when I see numbers, I tend to get excited. Around the world, women, Rita is laughing, around the world, women, we make 51% of the population, and yet 70% of us are poor in the world. 83% of us are single parents, but 66% of us are doing the work, producing 50% of the food, and yet we earn 11% of the pay. And earlier on, when we split into our circles, Jane from Kenya, she's an entrepreneur, she talked about land, helping women acquire land. Right now, only 1% of us actually own land in the world. So this is where we are as women, and this is the reason why we need to participate in these leadership roles. We need to be in there and be seen. But there are crucial things that we need to remember as women that unfortunately we cannot ignore. When you're a woman and you are in a leadership role, unfortunately, we are treated to different and often unfair standards as women. And that is the reality. And as I said, where I am, I see it quite often. It's very obvious. If a woman make a slight mistake, it's not. They don't take it light. I think I told some of the ladies here. I gave an example. At SAA, we have a captain, a woman captain, and years ago she taxied while on the ground in Cape Town. Taxied. When she wanted to join the taxiway, she actually takes it onto the lights of the taxiway. This is an incident. It's not an accident. She was flying an Airbus 340-600. It's the longest aeroplane in the world. So there is ways of taxiing this thing, and she had just been, promoted to fly in that aircraft. I can tell you this happened about 14 years ago, and to date, it's still talk of the town. During that period, until now, men have flown, have taken off and went off runways. They've landed on the side of the runways. Those are accidents. But no one actually talks about them as much. Oh, so-and-so went off the runway in Sao Paulo. Yeah, and then it ends there. So those are the unfair standards that women have to deal with. So therefore, how then do we overcome these stereotypes? So that we are confident in ourselves, because when people talk about you that much, it also affects your self-confidence as a woman. How do we change the mindset and break those barriers holding us back? And the only way is by us becoming more and more, our number increasing. Because if our number stays low, we are unable to support each other. But if our number increase, we're able to support each other as sisters, as men are doing right now, you know. And Professor Jardine talks about these percentages that I was talking about here, that even worldwide, women in government, it's only 23% who are having those leadership roles in government. And yet government makes decisions on everything that you do in your life. You know, whether it's your health, if you run a business, whether it's privately or not, you must still go back and pay the taxes. You must still follow the rules. And yet we are not participating in those spaces. So public services and running for office talks about the 4 key concepts that needs to be discussed and that mentees must understand so that they can then apply them in their lives. And the first one they talk about is, number 1 is don't change who you are. And for me, this is the most important one, because mentees need to understand that if you're not authentic, if you're not truthful, if you're not yourself, people tend to lose interest and they stop trusting you. So by not changing who you are, by being present and being your true self, people will definitely be interested in you. So that is the first one that is very important. The second one, it says nothing should arrive before you do. Yeah, there's nothing worse than when you're talking and people are saying, they are looking at your earrings. Aren't those earrings too big? You know, she's wearing, you know, the colors that are wearing they're just wrong. You know, you don't want that. You want people to hear you, to listen to you, and to focus on your communication skills. Therefore, you need to know your subject. You need to understand what you're talking about. What is it that you're bringing to the table? Professor Jardine again talks about when you talk, people focus on your head, the top of your head, to your belly button, and from shoulder to shoulder. So this is where people are focusing on. So you need to make sure that people are focusing on your skills and not on what you're wearing or how your hairstyle looks. So there's certain ways that you need to look. Nothing should arrive before you. And the third one, they talk about get your hands and voice together in delivering your message for the people to believe it. This is where women excel. There's nothing as painful as watching a woman making a speech and they realize that their hands are moving and then they stop them from moving. That is core. That is the most important part. This is how women speak. We use body language to communicate. And we've just found out recently that this is what actually people, that's what people connect with. Research has been done that 55% of the people, after someone is giving a speech, that 55% are saying that they've connected with the body language. So the more you use your hands, the more you move around. That's what people connect with. 38% said they connected to the voice connection, and only 7% said it was words. So for women, this just puts you in the most powerful position, because that's how we are. That's how we communicate. Body language is important, and the mentees need to understand that you don't need to stop being who you are, because that's how women are. And the last one, which is also very important, is don't let anyone ever patronize you. And the studies have shown that women are perceived to be the weaker, gender. We are sex objects. And as I said, in my industry, I've had comments that, will send shivers, up your spine. And sometimes men say those things because, some men say those things because they think they're joking. They think they're being funny.
I'm gonna go home.
Sorry, there's someone talking there.
We've muted.
They think that they're being funny, and yet they're saying the most hurtful things that you could come across. So by saying do not let anyone patronize you, it means that when someone says something that you do not agree with, make sure you address it, and address it immediately. At that moment, address it, because if you do not address it at that moment, it will compromise you moving forward. Because if someone says something that you do not like and you don't make a comment or you don't address it, then they're thinking, oh, it's okay. And they'll continue doing that. I don't know how many times I've come across women, and I'm talking pilots. People think that pilots are strong and all of that. I've come across women who are pilots telling me that, I broke down and cried at dispatch. Dispatch is a place where it's a public place. And you find a woman breaking down there because a man said something that they did not like. So we need to teach them that you need to address things. And most of the time we take things personally when we should not. You need to step outside yourself and say, am I hearing you to be, and question, am I hearing you to be saying this? And if that's the case, address it if you don't like it, so that it never happens again. So those are the 4 key concepts that needs to be addressed when dealing with public office and public service and running for office. And they should be addressed when going into the circles. But as the previous speakers have mentioned, that before going into the circles, usually we invite speakers to come and address the mentees. But in this case, though you can have a speaker, but I would say that you need to include activities, practical activities. Let the mentees, do maybe an interview amongst themselves, preparing for a job, have an interview. Create a debate team, for the school about certain things that they want to see changed. Students must be able to debate on things like that. Some of the students maybe are going at varsity, they want to be on the student council. How do you prepare yourself to be on the student council? What is it that you want to achieve when you're part of the student council? What message is it that you want to send across when you're on the student council? So those are things that we are, from my side, I say, try to do activities like that will get them involved, so that it becomes clearer when you go into the circles that, when you discuss these 4 key concepts, that they actually understand what you're talking about. I'm not going to go into details after the circles. We know that then we go back, and then you need to choose one of the mentees to come back and give feedback. What is it that they've learned? What is it that they've picked up? So now again, they come and sit in front of 50 people or however many people are there. They stand in front of those people and address them and tell them what it is that they have learned. I think this is where I will stop. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Asnath. Does anyone have any questions?
I see. How do we raise others? I see one question. How do we raise others as we rise in our respective, it disappeared, callings. In our different callings. For me, I think giving a hand, so with G4, for example, with G4G, as we come together, we come from different backgrounds as women. Earlier on today, I spoke to 2 ladies. One is a child psychologist, a psychiatrist, and one is a clinical psychologist, I think. So because we come from these different backgrounds, we end up knowing what our mentees are, who our mentees are, more or less where they come from, their backgrounds. If I find out that this mentee, wants to become a psychiatrist in the future, I can then, contact my sister, Matlala, to say, hey, there's this student who want to achieve 1, 2, 3, 4. And then Matlala can be the one who can hold their hand. It's so important for them to get exposure. Once we are done with COVID-19, where we can now meet, it's very important for them to get exposure. So if they want to become a psychiatrist, why not, ask Dr. Matlala to take them by their hand one day to just see and expose them to what it is that they're doing. I think by exposure and being there for them, that's how we can hold their hands up and lift them up. And once they've done this, programs that G4G has to offer, then that their level of confidence is a bit they have it, definitely. I mean, we've seen it at the end of the sessions. You know, those maybe at the end of session 3, one mentee was not talking, but by session 5, you know, they've come out of their shell. So it does help. G4G does help. But for me, I would say referrals. What is it that your mentee needs to achieve? You refer them to the right people, and then, you know, for them to actually hold them by their hand until they reach their goals.
Any other questions for Asnath?
No, there's a lot of acknowledgement. I think everyone has thoroughly enjoyed the session, but I think the key questions have been answered. Okay.
Thank you, Asnath.
Thank you. Yeah, I see from Pearl. She says, once was at a function when a man asked me if I was what? Mothers Union, a church group that helps women be good
wives and mothers.
You know, no, it disappeared again. So someone.
I asked him why he had not asked my husband if he was in a fathers union.
And that's good, because he'll never ask another woman that question again. He'll never do it again. You know, it's just, unfortunately, sometimes you have to, you know, take it to another level for them to understand that it is not acceptable. But yeah that's it.
So I just wanted to acknowledge, see, a lot of people, so people are texting me privately. They're like, so this is finally Asnath, because I spoken so much about it. So, yes, ladies from East Africa, they hear me say it so much. This is our jewel. Always, you know, she always does us proud, and Asnath can speak in any session. And she always has fantastic stories to draw upon. So well done, Asnath. So there's some chats you're not seeing, but I'm getting some private messages.
Is it? Okay. Thank you. Thank you so much, ladies. Thank you. Yeah. You know, and for me, we are all incredible as individuals. As I said this morning, when I had Matlala saying she's a child psychiatrist, I'm like, wow. You know, it's yeah. So yeah, I'm always humbled when people say this is Asnath, but you know, we've got incredible women here. As far as I'm concerned, I mean, I listen to Rita and I'm like, wow, can I really talk like Rita talks, or can I really present as she? No. It's very true. So when I hear you talk about me, it's like, okay, it means I'm doing something right then. So thank you. Yeah.
Asnath, before you go, Asnath.
Mama Lulam, yes, I can hear.
Yes, before you go, the question you responded, there were 2 parts of that question. So you only picked up the second part. The first part is what my male colleagues always say to me. But why do you women have to do this? Why this queen bee syndrome? Can you articulate to that one, please? Because
the queen bee syndrome.
Yes. Thank you.
That's who we are. You know, that's who we are. And I'm not apologetic about that. I'll tell you, when I first joined SAA, it was very interesting. Most women there were not even doing their nails, which is, I love. I don't think anyone has ever seen me without my nails done. You know, and it was so sad for me to watch women trying to behave like they were men, like being macho. You know, because you're now a pilot, you're now entering the space. You want to be macho. There's no need to be that. Why do I want to behave like I'm a queen bee? Because I am. That's how it is. It's that simple. And I don't need to be apologetic about it. That's how I was created. And let's not be apologetic about it. That's how we were created. And this is who we are. Why must we behave like them because we are now all of a sudden engineers? No. As long as I know what I'm doing, as long as I'm doing my job the way I'm supposed to be doing it and to the right standards, let me be who I am. That's it. I don't know if I answered your question, Mam Lula. Can she hear me?
I think so.
Yes, I did. We'll have some fermented grapes between me and you. Thank you.
Yes, okay. That's fine.
All right.
Yeah, all right. Thank you very much.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you so much again, Asnath. And then we go on to our last segment, or our last topic, which is going to be managed by
all this progression. They're all seated here waiting all these hours.
Which is going to be spoken about by Zainab. And Zainab is going to talk about ethics and values in decision making. And thank you. I'm going to hand over to you.
Great. Hi, ladies. So the G4G way in which we greet, I love always just bringing us back to that point because, you know, it's open and it's about sisterhood and about, you know, gathering our thoughts as a team. So the topic that I'm going to be discussing is ethics and values in decision making. And I know we at the tail end of the program, and this is basically the graveyard shift. So thank you so much for, you know, being attentive and for being with us up until this point in time. We always have a discussion around whether ethics and values is something that should be discussed at the beginning of the program, and whether the placement of ethics and values at the end is actually, you know, the correct place of where it should be placed. And I think what you'll realize or what you'll discover is that I think the program is set in such a way that when you look at ethics and values at the end of the sessions, it culminates all the other topics that have already been discussed. So something that I'd like to just start with is to say wrong is wrong, even if everyone is doing it, and right is right, even if no one is doing it. And it all just depends on your value system. I'm so sorry, everyone. I really need to take this call. If you just give me 2 seconds. Hi, Elaine. Hi, Elaine. I'm actually on a G4G call at the moment, but do you mind joining me? Do you mind joining me? Yes, thank you. Sorry about that, ladies. But I have a friend, her name is Elaine, and she's called me and she sounds very, very disturbed. And I thought I'd just get her onto the call with us because she sounds extremely stressed about a certain situation that she's finding herself in. Elaine, have you joined us?
Elaine might have to unmute.
So maybe
you're talking about me.
Yes. That was part of
You're talking about this, Elaine. Oh,
yes.
Okay. Yes. Sorry.
Hi.
Hi, yes.
Sorry, I couldn't take your call properly on the phone, and I thought it would just be appropriate for me to have you join myself and my fellow G4G mentors. I know you sounded quite frantic on the phone. Did you want to share something with us?
Yes, Zainab. You know, these past couple of days have been very, very stressful. As you know, I'm a procurement officer for this company that I work for. Well, in the environmental affairs section, and one of the things that I do as a procurement officer, obviously, is to recommend places where we can procure certain things for the organization. And this one in particular is a stationery supplier. Where we have an agreement. We have an agreement with them to supply stationery to us. However, in the past couple of days, they've sent us information to say that their prices are going to be going up, and we've sort of indicated that if that's the case, we're not going to be able to carry on with them, and we will have to look at a different supplier. But since then, also what I forget to tell you is that I have a friend who works for that organization who's disclosed her friendship with me, and I've also disclosed my friendship with her to my organization. She's disclosed on her side, and I've disclosed on my side. But now this friend is the one who's coming back to me, you know, to say maybe we need to reconsider, but she's doing it in very subtle ways. Number one, she came to me with tickets for the Joy of Jazz, Standard Bank Joy of Jazz, which she knows I love going to. I never miss it. I go to it every year. So she gave me 2 tickets to take my husband, and we went and we had fun as usual at the Joy of Jazz. And we were in that VIP section, you know, the whole shebang. So, and then I suppose because she didn't hear from me, she then came back with a voucher for a weekend away to an exclusive game reserve. And without really thinking about it, because I thought I had made my stand very clear and where our company stands, I took the vouchers and I went on the break to this exclusive game reserve, and my husband and I had a ball. Now, because she's seeing that I'm not coming back with the business side of things, we talk, but then I'm not saying anything about whether we are reconsidering. She's now come back to say, you know, there's pressure on her, in her company, because they know she knows me, to get me to get my company to change. And then the last conversation, which is why I'm calling you now, was very, very disturbing, because she was saying, you know, if you don't do something, people are going to be my people at my company are going to disclose to your company that you've actually accepted gifts from us, and you know how that can go. It will impact your position negatively. You might just be fired, and you know, for bribery. Now, I am shocked because this is a friend of mine and I really don't know what to do. My stance is, no, I can't go back to my company just because I've taken these gifts and then pressurize them to reconsider. Yes, I have influence in my organization because I sit on the procurement panel. And now to go back and make, which is what this company is wanting me to do, to put them back on the list of preferred suppliers is going to be difficult for me, knowing what I know. I suspect, I mean, I know everybody knows that I have a friend there, and that will compromise me. So what do you think I should be doing?
I think, Elaine, firstly, you should just calm down. She is obviously making certain threats to you. But what I want to try and understand is, what is your company policy? Is there a code of conduct in the company that doesn't allow for you to accept gifts from suppliers?
Well, there is a code of conduct, and you know, there's a policy as well. But it says you know, there are quantums of gifts that you can't accept, right? But you can accept gifts, and I must admit that with the one for the Joy of Jazz, the quantum was right, but the one to the game reserve, that one is problematic because the quantum was slightly uncomfortable. But I must confess that I didn't really at that point think that it would end up here, because this person is my friend, and I took it thinking, you know, nothing will come out of it. I've told her where we stand, and I never thought it would come to this.
Have you spoken to your manager or your senior about this? About the threats?
No, I haven't. I mean, especially because, as I told you, the quantum of the second gift is problematic. You know, so now, and I should know as a senior person that I shouldn't have accepted that voucher. But then, as I say, my reasoning was, this is my friend. My friend would never do anything. I mean, would never disclose.
What I want to do at this point is I want to call upon my G4G sisters just to assist me with this situation that you find yourself in. How would you advise Elaine, and what would you do and what would you tell her? So I think if we can just have 2 or 3 people, I'm just going to randomly pick on anyone. If you can just assist us to say, what would you do in such a situation? How would you advise your friend? So if we can go to Joyce.
Thank you. I want to say sticking to our values is the most basic principle. If we go back to our values, what we stand for, the exclusive game lodge can come. But if I stick to my values, I will let it go and just stay home. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Joyce, for your participation. If we can maybe just go to Happy Setsiba. I don't, okay. Yes, how would you assist? How would you assist Elaine?
Okay, I think I will disclose to the company what has happened, because I realized that it's something that I couldn't avoid. So depending on the policy and the code of conduct of the company, I think I'll be the first to disclose to the company.
Elaine, maybe just another question from my side. Have you thought about the consequences of your actions?
Zainab, remember, at the point of me accepting these gifts, especially the voucher for the game lodge or the game reserve, I was taking it, I wasn't even thinking that far. I was just thinking, this is a gift from a friend of mine who works for that company. We've both disclosed on each side. So what can go wrong? I wasn't even thinking that this must be a way of them trying to butter me up. But yes, it did occur to me now when the phone calls didn't stop, that, oh my goodness, what have I done now? Because now I'm getting pressurized, and I really, really didn't think about it that way.
I'm going to take one last participation or assistance from our friends from Girls for Girls. I'm just going to go to Pearl Kakita. How would you assist Elaine in this situation?
Hello, I was actually just typing. Yes, I think being in the HR profession, I would also advise that they disclose the information first before they are found out. But also with the good negotiation skills that we have learned, if you're able to clearly demonstrate that you had already communicated that you were no longer going to use the suppliers, if you've communicated that and there is actually documentation, then you can prove that you did not realize that the two issues were related. But however, if the company policy then has some repercussions, I think after disclosing, then the person should be willing to go through whatever consequences they are, but use it as a learning experience and not have them put them down. But if that's what the company says, if, for example, they say, we are sorry, but because of this, you have to lose your job, it will be a difficult thing to go through. But then we will learn, the person will learn from that, and they will know that next time they have to really be keen on whatever their transactions are. But just go ahead and disclose before you are found out. Yeah.
I think Paul gave you such perfect advice, Elaine. You know, sometimes we find ourselves in these situations, and it's also about, what your values are, about being transparent and disclosing. What I wanted to highlight in this segment, and I'd like to thank Elaine for participating and assisting me with this role play, is that the session on ethics and values, it's a very, very difficult terrain to navigate. And the reason why I say it's difficult is it's because it depends on what your value system is, what your moral compass is, and how you view and how you see things. So there's never a right or wrong answer, and there's nothing that will be there for you in black and white. So what we learned from this session on ethics and values, that there are different definitions to ethics, morals, and values, but all of them have something in common, and that is good and bad, right and wrong, code of conduct, behavior, moral responsibility. So there's lots of common ground in terms of how the session can be dealt with. But what's exciting about this session and how we try to navigate with our mentees is to do role play. So role play in many instances is a great way of playing out certain situations with our mentees and then getting their thought processes and understanding how they would deal with a certain situation. For the session on ethics, there's a framework that we are guided by, and this is the framework by Professor Christopher Robichaud. And he doesn't tell us how to do things, but he sets out a specific framework for us in how we go about navigating, certain dilemmas that we're faced with. And as leaders, we'll always face, or we'll have those hard questions and the difficult situations that we find ourselves in. So some of what we should look at and what we would like to, discuss with our mentees in this session is, what are your values? What is your value system? What are some of the non-negotiables for you? Okay, what are your options and what is available, when you are faced with a specific dilemma? Another thing is also when these options are in front of you, do you think about the outcomes before making a specific decision? And when you take action, how do you move forward when making a specific decision about the dilemma that you're faced with? And I think what we try to do in the circles, we don't want to impose our value systems. We don't want to preach. We are not there as mothers to tell people this is what you need to do and this is what you must do. But what we try to do in this session is to assist and build up skills within our mentees and our girls. And we found that we faced different situations in our cohorts that has been run. I've been a part of 3 cohorts, in the last year and a half. And what we find is that when we do the role play situations, we've had different types of role play situations, and this is how we can run the actual session. So we can either have different speakers, where we have the speakers discuss with us how they've dealt with certain dilemmas in their life. And when we do this, we share our stories. So coming back to the grounding principles of Girls for Girls, it's always about sharing your story and your experience and how you dealt with a specific situation at a specific time. So you can either have speakers that deal with how they've navigated certain dilemmas, or you can have the role play situation. What we found is that the role play situation is much more interactive. You also get the mentees then to start airing what their views are. You'll find that a lot of people are strong about certain value system or ethics that they hold very close to them. So for instance, we've had situations where people have slept their way up the corporate ladder. We've had people stealing on the job. We've had people standing with certain perpetrators in certain situations. And what you find is that you'll start hearing the girls or the mentees become more vocal. And this is what you want. You want their participation. You want them to engage. And this is the best way to have that engagement. And I think for this session, because it's a culmination of all the previous sessions, like the art of negotiation, we heard Mmabatho talk about ethics and values coming up in how you navigate decisions and how you negotiate the best deal for yourself. She even made an example of when you're getting a job offer, do you sleep with someone to get that promotion, but it's all based on how moral compass and how your values and your value system is ultimately. So I think what we want to take out from this session is that we are not there to preach to people. We are also there to support our girls and to tell them that, you know, sometimes we make decisions and we need to forgive ourselves for those decisions that we make. But we also need to take responsibility for the decisions, and we need to understand the consequences of those decisions. So role play is really good. You can have different personalities that are leaders in different areas, whether it's societal, whether it's organizational, and just also personal experiences. But I think we must not forget that it's about how we connect with our village. And connecting with our village is the support that we provide each other. It's a non-judgmental space, and especially when it comes to ethics and values and how you navigate those dilemmas. We can't be seen to be judging our mentees. We need to advise them, but advice in a supportive manner, not in an advisory space where we say this is what you need to do and this is how you deal with a certain situation. So it's that supportive role. We also need to understand, like I said before, it's not black and white. There's no right and there's no wrong answer, because it all depends on what your value system is and what how you navigate your moral compass. Decisions that you make will sometimes have very serious repercussions for you, whether it's in your job or in your personal life. But I think what we also need to take away from the session and instill in our girls, don't be hard on yourselves, because certain decisions that you take, you need to know that this is the decision that you took at a specific time in your life, and with your growth and with your experience, your decisions and your will change over time, because your values would grow. So that for me is something that we need to try to instill. But we also need to then just draw ourselves back to the framework that has been set. What are your non-negotiables? Where do you draw the line? And it's all about the engagement then with the mentees. And also that when you make certain decisions, it doesn't mean that you're a bad person. And you shouldn't be judged for that specific decision. So say, for example, in the situation of Elaine, she's accepted the gifts. She knew that it was wrong, but she still enjoyed herself with her husband. That doesn't make her a bad person. That doesn't make her a bad person now when she goes to her manager and discloses this. She's transparent. She's going to be honest about the situation. She's not going to cover that situation that she finds herself in with another, lie, so to speak, to say, listen, I didn't know this is the company policy and this is the code of conduct that we need to adhere to. So I think this, like I said, it's a very interactive session, but I think what we also need to just bear in mind, don't impose your values on the group. Listen very carefully, have an open mind, be empathetic towards the person that comes to you or seeks your assistance. And I think it's just about trying also to be very, very creative in the session, not to make it, a right and a wrong type of outcome for the mentees. And I think if there's any questions, I'd like to take your questions. But I'd also like to just end off with something to say that a highly developed value system is like a compass. It serves as a guide to point you in a direction when you are lost. And often we find ourselves as we grow and the older we become, we have a certain value system for ourselves that we've developed. We must not impose that on younger ladies. The generation gap will become a barrier when it comes to certain situations that younger people find themselves in. So just remember that as well. There's going to be those clashes because your value system is way outdated as opposed to how they think and their free minds and their free spirits. So in these sessions, just don't judge, listen very carefully and provide the guidance. and the skill. We want to instill a specific skill in our girls, and we want them to have values that are good. But I think if we impose certain ideas that we have on them, it's not going to work. So if there's any questions, I'd like to take your questions.
I've seen lots of commentary, lots of
Can
positive.
you just acknowledge, Zainab? That was a brilliant delivery. Thank you, and Elaine. Well, yeah, that was really
Yes.
good.
Can I just add that I think the point that we need to emphasize is the issue about when you are faced with a dilemma, there are always options, and there are many options always. And for us to always step back and look at the options that we have in front of us, because the answer doesn't lie in just one option. There may be many options. And if we can do that, we give ourselves a chance to make a better decision.
I agree with that. Thank you, Elaine, for that input. There's always, like you say, there's options, and we need to upskill our mentees and tell them that these options are available to them.
Which also includes the options are, before you make a decision, is to go and test this with somebody else, your village, your circle, your friends, your family. And even maybe if I had asked my husband what he thought, whether this is a good idea, he might have said, no, let's not do it, but I didn't. I came with a fait accompli to him. We're going to the exclusive game lodge, and he just followed. So yeah.
Ladies, sorry to interrupt. I just like to welcome Alan Asiimwe to the call, one of the founders of G4G. Hello, Alan. Good to have you.
Hi, how are you? I'm so excited, seeing so many familiar faces. I'm really, really chuffed and excited. And Zainab, fantastic.
I know that you feel you love this session. This is your favorite session. We all have our favorite. Do you want to add anything to that, Anna?
Wow, thank you so much. And again, let me do our traditional hi, everybody. Hi. I just came off a call. I love all of you. I'm seeing so many familiar faces. I babysat Pal Kachitahi. I can't believe she's on the call, Pal. Oh my goodness, I'm so happy. I have friends calling in from Bangladesh, Belinda. I'm seeing Kati from Senegal. I'm so happy. I came on just as the role play was playing, and I was smiling. I was like, gosh, Elaine, you're really such a master at this. And Zainab. And I just thought I should ask everyone, just think back to your 20-year-old self. Just think back to some of the dilemmas you had, some of the thoughts, some of the feelings. Maybe you felt pregnant. Do you fall pregnant? What do they call it? Maybe you felt pregnant at that stage. You don't know who to go to. Maybe you're going for a job and you're being asked for sex, or you're being asked to pay part of your salary to get that job. You're being asked for a bribe. Maybe you're fighting with your parents because of so many things. Just think back to your 20-year-old self, your 30-year-old self. The dilemmas we face in life are so real. Our mentees are facing real dilemmas. And there are three things that come in our framework. There's the whole individual values. Zainab talked about your value system, but there's the individual values. There's the institutional values and societal values. At times you have values that may clash with your society. At times you have values that will clash with your institution. What will you do? So many of our girls face these dilemmas. But I think one thing that I wanted to make clear, and Zainab kept referring to it, it's not black or white. It is gray. It's not clear. We all have a code of conduct. There is a basic minimum. For instance, like Alan, I know I'm not going to steal. But what happens when I am faced with a dilemma? I have to feed my children. It's COVID, I've been let off maybe the job or something. I have to feed my children, or I haven't been employed for 5 years, and suddenly I get a job, but the person is asking me to give them something or to sleep with them. Do you see the dilemma? You are caught. Your value says do not steal. Your value says do not take a bribe, like Elaine. But you're actually caught in that situation, which many young girls are now caught in. And for me now at my age, it's easy to say, oh, I won't do that. I'm faced with different set of dilemmas. I've been telling Rita about a $6 million dilemma I'm dealing with at work right now. It's 6 million. Do you fire this lone wolf that has messed up, who is your best performer, or do you actually say, let's deal with this problem? Do you see? It's a different dilemma at my level. For this young girl, it's that dilemma of food on the table. She has 2 young kids. Does she do the procurement deal? Does she not? What do you do? Yet you all know, we both know in our society, stealing is bad. We both know beating is bad. What do you do in that case? And we often use a trolley example. I remember at school, at HKS, a professor first hit us with a trolley example. If you're driving down the road, and okay, it's on a train, but let's say you're driving, and either way, you're going to have an accident. On one side is one mother with a child. On the other side is a family of 5. If you save the mother on the bicycle, you will kill the 5. If you kill the 5, you will save the mother. Or if you kill the mother, you will save the 5. What do you do? So it's really trying to understand the dilemma that many young girls face. I love how Zainab has brought out the options, how she's talked about, please do not judge. Remember, you're not Pastor Allen. You're not Mama Allen. You're not the judge. I'm a lawyer, so you're not the judge in court. The girl has come and told you, Elaine has come and told you, man, I've actually been dipping my hand in that till, and you're telling us, shame upon you, devil befall you. You know, that's not what we are as mentors. Our role is to, this girl has trusted you. Remember, you're now on session 5 or 4 or whatever. This girl has trusted you. And by the other things we are hearing from these girls, it's crazy. Our world has gone somewhere. There are things that are coming up. Remember our generation, the younger generation, some of your mentors here are in 30s, some are in 50s, some are in 60s. It's a totally different ballgame with the girls who are 20 and the 30s or the 10s. And she's telling you, and you're trying to say, how dare you? How dare you do that? No, we are not to judge. Zainab and Elaine have brought out the whole issue of listening and providing options. Many times, many young women do not know that you have a framework. So when they get a problem, they immediately take the first option they think is available. They feel they're caught between a hard place and a rock, and they take the options. The framework we have in the mentor's guide that you have really asks the girls to examine. First of all, think through, what is the problem I'm facing? And Elaine went to Zainab. What is the problem? And they discussed it. You know, what is the problem? What are the consequences of, if I take action A, I might get fired. If I take action B, I might get the money by this. If I take action C, I might do that. That is critical, that the girl goes through that process. And so your role as a mentor and as you're training other mentors or holding circles is to really try to ensure that you bring out these options, that you play that role of listening. Remember, we as Girls for Girls mentors, we listen, we tell our stories. You could tell your story of having lost your mom at 18. It didn't take you to the street to get a sugar daddy, but you decided to sell. What do you sell in South Africa or elsewhere? You sold small snacks to go to school. For many young girls, if you've lost your parents, the first choice may be the street, because that's what Alan told you. We go to the street. I'll show you a blesser. I'll show you a sugar daddy. But if you as Elaine or Zainab are going to share a story to tell the girl, look, I actually lost my parents, but this is what I did. I dug. I went and worked at people's homes. So it's our stories that make a difference and listening that makes a difference. Then the third thing is, after you've evaluated, you look at the strategy and the option. So you look at the strategy, you also look at the outcomes of your decision. For instance, if this young girl has gone to work with ZRA and the culture and the values in ZRA are get rich as quick as you can. And I'm not just saying ZRA, what is SARS? Get rich as you can. What value options does she have? Does she stay there for her career growth, yet she knows she's not going to be able to join the pack? Does she move out? You sit with her to evaluate the options because she has recognized that the values do not match hers. And the final thing, which Zainab has raised as well, which I want to reemphasize, again, going back to your 20-year-old self and to your 30-year-old self, remember some of the mistakes you made and we made. You know, amongst us, some of us might have had abortions, some of us might have slept our way up the ladder, some of us might have slept with people to just make a living. Does that mean we carry this process on our backs forever? No. Learn to forgive yourselves. And so we're also teaching the girls, learn to forgive yourself. Let that not hold you back. Because so many times our mistakes hold us back to where our greatest potential could be. So I thought I would reemphasize that. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Alan. Ladies, we are running a little bit behind. We are now almost over 12 minutes over time. We've got 2 more slides that we'd like to share with you. Zainab, was there anything else that you wanted to just touch on at the end, or are you happy, Zainab?
I think maybe just to say that in terms of the circles, the way that we will that we encourage to run the circles on the day of the session is to ask the mentees to write down or to discuss how other people perceive them, what they are passionate about, what they won't compromise, and then also give us insights into their own personal value systems. And this is done by sharing our stories with each other. So I'll share our stories and our experiences, but coming down or bringing the following in. You know, what are the perceptions others have of us? What are our value systems, and what won't we ever compromise on in terms of our values?
Thank you so much, Zainab. Thank you. Ladies, can I ask you, in the interest of time, if you have any more questions, please post them in the chat box, and then we'll try and address them at the end, or Zainab can answer them directly in the chat box.
Actually,
all right.
Valerie, we'll come back and do a full mop-up, but let's at least honor the people who have tried to be here on time. Let's do the 2 slides. All other questions will come at the end of, I think it's the M&E slide.
Okay, great. Alan is going to talk to us quickly about the setting up and running of the mentorship circle. I'm just going to share that now.
Okay, so maybe I'll just start speaking. So thank you so much. I'm in awe of this South African team. They're just amazing. Thank you, Rita, Elaine, all of you, Val. It's just an amazing team, and I just love seeing how the team has grown so much together. One of the things we always learn, and many girls will tell you, oh, but we know women pull each other down. No, we are the women who don't pull each other down. We are the women who actually hold a sister's hand. And this group of South African sisters, kudos to you, because you really, really work as an amazing team. So high five. And so maybe I'll just go straight to setting up and running a circle. And for us, when we talk about mentoring, we talk about mentoring through circles. We want to emulate the whole community setting that we are so strong within our communities, especially within Africa, within many communities. You come together at dinner, at a fireside. So when we were starting Girls for Girls, we thought we don't want to go the one-on-one route. It's powerful, but we believe that the solutions lie with the girls. Remember, you're not coming as a savior to these girls. By the time you go into this community where the girls are, they have issues. They are dealing with these issues. Even in the slums in Kenya, I've seen Annette on. We were dealing with high density areas. These girls are surviving, much as they know they fear to be killed. There are drugs. They are surviving there when you're not there. So we believe that the solutions lie with the girls. And so the circle methodology is very critical to our mentorship. And we believe that one mentor can start a circle of 5 to 10 girls. And when it's more than 10 girls, that becomes a cohort. A cohort has many circles. So when you have a cohort of 50 girls, you then have many small circles in there. But I would encourage all of you, look around you. You all have young girls sitting within your communities, your sisters, your cousins, in their 20s, in their 10s, in their 30s, young women who really just need someone to speak to and to listen to. So in many cases, our circles are anchored in different spaces, in schools, in workplaces, in neighborhoods, in communities. We've held circles with women who break stone. You know the stone we build with our house? These women haven't gone to school. We've held circles with these women. We sit with them and listen to them, and we share our own stories. We've held circles with young girls living with HIV/AIDS. They are not in a school, but they are young girls who are 25. They have dreams to have children, to have husbands and men, but they are HIV positive. How do they do it? We've had circles with them. We've had circles with girls in secondary school. We've had circles with girls in university. We've had circles with girls in corporates. So look at your community. Where can you start a circle? Where is the need? Look at your high school where you went to school. There's a need. You people, there are millions of girls looking for role models. Unfortunately, the only role model they can see is Rihanna, is Beyonce, is Michelle, and yet Rita is sitting here, and yet Pearl is sitting here, and yet Kati is sitting here. Our girls need us. So around us are many girls who need us. You don't have to look far. The first thing you do is, if you want to mentor, by the time you're on this call today, by the time you're on this call today, Sorry, Infinix, please mute. By the time you're on the call today, I assume you really have come with a passion. That's one thing we ask for our mentors, have a passion for mentoring. So one of the first things we do, identify the issues in your community. So you might have girls around you at home, in your estate, in your gated house, in your office. You're dealing in an accountancy firm. There are actually like 10 girls in that age group. Or you're dealing in South Africa, their model is to go mainly for high school and university for now. In Uganda, they have done a lot of the corporates. In Kenya, it's a mix. They have gone to slum areas. It's been a lot of it's different. You can do as you feel the need is. So identify the issues. For instance, with the young girls with HIV/AIDS, the issues, for instance, you ask them and you see they have not even thought of themselves as leaders, as having a dream, as living until 50. They were brought up thinking they're going to die by the time they're 18. Every year they live, they think it's their year of death, because they were born with HIV. And now they realize they can live to 50. And then they say, oh my God, but I don't have the skills. I just am a volunteer. So once you know the issues, then you're able to deal with the girls based on the issues. If it's in an accountancy firm, in a law firm, in a high school, the girls in high school have their own issues. So we often start with a baseline to identify the issues. Then look at existing interventions. You're not the first. Many people have been coming in. There are people who are dealing with GBV. There are people who are dealing with, so many issues. Our role as Girls for Girls, we are mentors. We are talking about leadership because we believe where we are not. If we empower these girls to know their leadership potential, they will be able to address these issues themselves in their communities. So you look at what's around. If there's nothing, you step in to do the mentorship on leadership. Then engage the formal structures for schools. In South Africa, they are dealing with THMC. They are dealing with a number of high schools. Asnath Foundation is coming up. Asnath, I missed your session. I have to watch it. So look at engaging the admin structures. We have letters, formats, which we can help you with to write to the school and say, look, I'm interested in starting a Girls for Girls in your school. I would want to tackle year 5. I would want to tackle year 10 who are between the age of 15 and 18. I want to start a pilot with maybe 10 girls or 20 or 15 or whatever your capacity is. Then you establish the number of girls that are available or interested. If it's a small circle, up to 10 in your office, up to 10 in your neighborhood. If there are more, you're looking at a bigger cohort. If it's a school, a university. If you've gone to UGA, we talked with Boipuso. She came up with around 40 to 50 girls. Then you identify and recruit mentors, especially if you have more than 10 girls. You will need mentors because we believe in the power of circles. We want to have small, safe spaces where girls can trust. That's why we started with building trust. So you identify and recruit mentors who can work with you. Many times our mentors are in our networks. When I was starting Girls for Girls, I looked through my network. Rita is I went to school with Rita from when we were 11 in school. I won't say how old we are now, but we've known each other for decades. So look at people in your networks who share your values, who share your passion. There are many women who want to make a difference. They just don't know where to start. We used to have the issue of identifying a venue, but now because everything is online, it's easy. So you can, the venue really, and we had a lot of costs to do with snacks. Now our costs are data. Because many of the girls, like if you're dealing with girls in the slums or girls who are in young girls who have just at work or they're at university, they may not be able to afford data. So you will have to look at those costs and how you can meet the costs. We have not yet become like self-sufficient, but costs, most mentors are willing to pay so many rand to ensure they support a girl access these sessions. And then you schedule your start dates and you hold your mentorship circles. At least within 6 months, you have to have finished. Because it's a program with 6 modules, we try to ensure you finish in 6 months. So we found a variety. Many people hold their sessions Saturdays. So you will hold it maybe every 2 weeks or every week or every month. We prefer to let in some space so that the girls go back and think through what you've taught them, what you've shared, what they have learned. And they get so many aha moments. So we don't want you to do it lecture style, like every day you have a session, no. But every week is okay. The team in South Africa, the team in Uganda, wherever you are, we are available to support you start. Don't delay, just start. My call to you, so many girls need us, just start. Thank you.
Okay, like we said, if you have any questions, keep them coming in the chat box. I'm going to do the last slide. Valerie, just drop out of it, please, so that I may show my screen. Okay, so I'm going to cover monitoring and evaluation. And if you feel like dropping off, drop off. But we believe this is one of the things we need to be doing. And I'm going to motivate for M&E in the space of 1 minute. For us to become a recognizable movement and to be respected as such, the one thing we are going to need, all of us, is data. We're going to need to prove, remember those 1 million girls by 2025 and the 10,000 mentors by 2025? We need numbers. For us to be able to deliver quality programs, we are saying to ourselves, we're proud of being with Girls for Girls. The one thing we need to be able to show is the feedback, what the mentees are saying and what the mentors are saying. And the only way you're going to do that is by documenting. The one way we're going to show impact, that we are actually closing the leadership gap, is by collecting the stories from the girls. So every 6 months, thus we hold an evaluation. So we're going to share with you how it is that we collect data from the beginning through the sessions and how we do it at the end, just so that you have an idea in terms of how to do it. And I know Diana from Uganda keeps asking me for when we'll have a session. We will have a dedicated 1 hour session whereby we share with you, now I'm trying to get rid of all these things cluttering. We share with you how it is that we collect our data. For me, I always joke and say to Alan, the day Jack Ma turns to you and says, or Mo Ibrahim turns to you, my sister Alan, that's $2 million I want to give your organization. Just remind me what impact you're going to have. The only way Alan will be able to do that is by coming back to the different countries and saying, hey guys, let's put our data together and let's prove it. So this is the type of report that we do after the end of each session. The online WhatsApp updates are great. It captures the fire as you're coming out of the sessions. But what we do is we also ask our cohort coordinators. So people like Me, Boypuso on this call. I think Priscilla is also on this call. I don't know whether Violet is here. We ask the cohort coordinators to prepare a report. Those of you who listened to me under Art of Communication, you remember I said the why behind the what is not just oral. We also do it in our report writing. So we capture the facts, we capture the things that we observed. But in our reports, we also try and show the reasons behind why we think it was successful. Why did we get such a high turnout? Why did we get such a high feedback? So we're very happy to share all of this with you. This is just an example of one report coming out of one session. So this is the framework that we follow. The first thing is we ask ourselves, why did we want to collect info? Why did we want to collect information? So the first thing we want to do is to be able to assess the impact of Girls for Girls interventions. For all of you to go and recruit more mentors, for all of you to go and fundraise on our behalf, you're going to have your data. So these are the big things that we use our data for. We start off with the beginning. We say to ourselves, what are we trying to do? One, we are trying to show the impact of Girls for Girls. Showing the impact might be the stories from the girls. It might be the feedback that comes from the sessions where the girls say, this is my safe space, or this is now how I understand to be a courageous leader. Two, we use that feedback, and that's why we collect it after each session to continuously improve and plan better. So a lot of times we get real feedback. Micheline earlier on asked a question about how do you tell another mentor that she wasn't listening, she was talking? It's because it will come out in the feedback. The girls will say it, I didn't feel comfortable sharing in my circle, but in another circle, the mentees are saying, I felt so safe in my circle. And what happens is then we're able to put 2 and 2 together. And then we can say to the mentors in this circle that seemed disconnected, maybe you need to reassess how it is you're running the circle, and you're able to unpack what is going wrong in the circle. Sometimes the girls give us feedback. They lectured us, I'll never forget it. UJ session 1, they told us, please, madams, keep time. Because we had said we were going to start at midday and we did not. So it became and that's why even here on this session, we really try and keep time. So you collect that information to improve, or sometimes it's additional modules. Remember the girls said to us, please hold something on how to write a CV and how to conduct ourselves in an interview. We did that so that we make sure that when people say they've attended a G4G mentoring training, it is a holistic and totally enjoyable and beneficial experience. It is to provide accountability. We are now starting to get sponsorships. for you to be able to go and say to whoever gave the money, I mean, even within us as mentors, there are some people like in South Africa who put down 2,000 rands and she's contributed it towards a certain cohort. Surely she's going to want to see where her money has gone. So in our reports, for example, we always acknowledge who has contributed, who bought the data, who bought the scones. Zainab is an example of a person who is always continuously, putting things down. We always make sure that we recognize it. And for, like I finally said, it's for fundraising. There's going to come a day when someone is going to say, they're not talking about hundreds of rands or hundreds of dollars. We are actually talking about maybe $100,000 US. They will want to know that what they're putting their money towards is something serious and professional. So for us, these reports that we collect and the way we present them is professional because we know we want to mobilize it that way. The other thing we then ask ourselves when we are collecting this data, for who are we collecting the data? So in terms of impact, we're collecting it for ourselves as well as for the global sponsors. In terms of continuously improving and planning, we are hoping to service first and foremost the girls we work for. Those are the most important clients, quote unquote, that we work towards. But we're also trying to provide information to our cohort mentors as well as to our coordinators. In terms of accountability, it's yes for us as an organization. So G4G South Africa is registered, it's a company that exists, it's a not-for-profit organization, but it means that we have to submit our accounts and we can be audited, for example, by SARS. So we need to make sure that we've got all our information accurate, as well as for any sponsors that might be, like we said, putting money in. And then the fundraisers. The moment someone puts money down, I'm assuming they're going to want to know how many people did it cover, what age groups, where are they from, information like that. The last thing we do, or the why we are trying to answer behind the what when we are monitoring and evaluation, is how we are going to collect the data. So this is the process that we follow. First, before any mentor or any mentee joins Girls for Girls South Africa, and I think it's the same in a number of other African countries, we make sure you first register into the baseline. So at any given point, we can log in and we can say, okay, great. We have 160 mentors registered for South Africa. So we actually know how many people we are capable of training at any point in time. It allows us to then set that target that I talked about at the beginning of the 600 mentees in the course of 2020. We also collect from the mentees. Now, the information we collect from the mentees, we want to hear what are you suffering with? What are your challenges? What are your fears? But also, what are your dreams and your aspirations? So that when we are delivering the program, we're able to respond to them. And like I said earlier on, we're not just looking for a holistic response. What we do in Girls for Girls South Africa, and we've gotten better this year, is that as the mentors are allocated a circle. So for example, you have a whole cohort called University of Johannesburg. But within University of Johannesburg, there are 5 different circles. Each circle has 2 mentors that collaborate covering that particular circle. We extract the baseline data. We do not share details. They don't know the name, they don't know the email address, they don't have the phone number. But we extract details and say, these are the 6 girls in your circle. These are their fears, these are their dreams, these are the challenges that they are operating. What it means is that Alan and Rita, who are running that particular circle, we're not walking in blind. We know what challenges we're facing. We have an idea of their age, their ages, because that information we share. We know there's a 25-year-old, there's a 17-year-old in this group, which means we need to be able to pitch it fine, especially when we're doing examples. It means one is almost working age, yet another one is probably just an entrant into the university. So that baseline data is critical, okay? And then, like we said, every time we have a session, we get the mentees to complete a feedback form, just like you guys are going to complete a feedback form here. And we also get the mentors to complete a feedback form. And normally what we do, especially when we have gone through a tough session, I will not lie to you, THMC, the Westbury girls who come from an environment that has a lot of social challenges. There are gangs, there's drug use. We discovered a lot of bullying within, that particular cohort. And they were the first cohort to go online. We struggled. So we found that after each session, the mentors were coming together. Yes, we were completing the feedback form, but another good strategy was the post-session check-ins, where we said to ourselves, ladies, how is it going? What did you notice? How do we course correct? So it's a very good innovation that we stumbled on, maybe because of the online sessions. But the most structured way we capture the information is that documented form, where through the mentor feedback forms and the mentee feedback forms. When we write the report, we also capture what it is that we talked about in the post session. So what might not have been documented, we make sure that we capture it. So the session reports are always available. For every cohort, there is going to be 6 reports. And then after 6 months, we do a touch base. We did one for UJ 2019. We haven't yet analyzed that information because we've been extremely busy, but we're hoping to generate a report. We've already collected information from more than 50% of the girls that participated. So this is the monitoring and evaluation approach that we use. For those of you who have been asking about it, here it is. We're happy to have a session that is dedicated to monitoring and evaluation. And it is, yes, it's the last slide. I hope it doesn't mean it is a low priority issue. What it means is that monitoring and evaluation should now become an instinctive behavior in all of us. When you do something, document it. Because it's when you document it, you will be able to say, yay, we were successful. This is how many girls we reached. And this is why we think you should support and fundraise and champion Girls for Girls. So yes, that's my last slide. And I think that's the last of all the presentations. I see we are now down to 63 people. So let me hand it back to Valerie so that we can now mop up with the questions, and then we'll see if we need to stay on longer. I know there are some people who might want to engage with Alan. Valerie, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Rita, and thank you, Alan, for closing out those last 2 slides. Really appreciate it. Ladies, it's been a lovely, lovely session. Thank you, and quite long. There was one question that was raised that I just wanted to deal with specifically relating to the Queen Bee syndrome. And I'd be interested to see if anyone would like to engage on that question, just in terms of asking if anyone would like to give some specific feedback. Asnath did address it, but in terms of what the official meaning of it is that it's actually who treat their staff in a bad way or negatively. So I didn't explain that very well. Would anyone like to comment on that or say anything about that? Please go ahead, Alan.
Okay, so let me raise it because this is a topic that is that's close to my heart. You see, when we talk about leadership, the traditional leadership we know is what we've seen in the world, the Trump leadership, the sole macho leader that is out there, that is on top of the world, that knows it all. And that's why one of our first sessions is on courageous leadership. We're trying to grow a cadre of leaders that are not afraid to share the spotlight, that are not afraid to lead with others, that are not afraid to create a village to move with. Unfortunately, the kind of leadership we have, because we have adopted and inherited so much, and Rita had a powerful session last week on GBV and the intersectionality of all these aspects, patriarchy and all. Because of patriarchy, we find that the leaders in place now, the women, have adopted the masculine kind of leadership tendencies. When they get into these positions, we have talked about affirmative action. We vote women in. We believe they are going to speak for us. What happens when they get there? The system co-opts them because they are going into a system and they forget the cardinal role. You're going into a space you have not created. These women do not create villages. They become alone. When you look at all male leaders you have in our country, if you look at President Ramaphosa, if you look at any leader, look at around them, the male leaders, they always have young men around them. And often when this president leaves, you see how President Mandela left, Ramaphosa steps in. Unfortunately for women, because of the mistrusts that and all the biases, and we learn to create and have these biases even against ourselves. And I know there are so many like Dr. Mmabatho, Mmabatho and others can talk about these issues from the academic angle. But I'm giving you this other side of what we've seen in practice, in the women's movement and everywhere. Because of patriarchy, we learn to adopt those characteristics of male leaders that want to just be in the space. So we even become gatekeepers, hence the Queen Bee syndrome. Or we are there to be propped up, and there are people all around us just telling us, oh yes, you're so good, or this and that. we need to create a leadership that allows people to share, to come in, to be together in our journey. And that's why for us, courageous leadership, we first start with building trust. Because for so many women, that trust has been broken. So we start with building trust, that women learn that even if we have intergenerational gaps, even if we have there are different issues around gender, sex, and all that, we are one, we are women, we are all for purpose. Our purpose is to ensure equality. So we want to ensure that we are together. We understand you, we understand each other. Then the second on courageous leadership, we try to empower girls to create villages so that girls do not go up thinking, I'm alone. Imagine if Rita was alone in South Africa as the lead. She can't manage all this. But because Rita is creating a village of leaders, she's able to have any one of you today, anyone, if someone of you was ill, someone would take it over. In Uganda, we have a whole range of leaders. Diana, and Diana is on here. You know, we are trying to create that leadership that is not just the queen bee, but a leadership that is shared. You still have a leader. You still have the elements of the role leadership that you play. So Rita still is the leader, but she has a whole team that even if Rita were not there, they are able to step in. Otherwise, what befall it if next time we have Girls for Girls is being led by a man, because Ellen was not able to create a framework because she was the queen bee. She was not able to create a framework that allowed other women to shine. That would be so sad. And so we push a lot. You'll hear so many things in Girls for Girls: hold another sister's hand, light another girl's candle, because there's so much space to shine. We have so much. And I know Mmabatho, I always struggle with her name, must have talked about it in negotiation, creating value. With Girls for Girls, we have created value. You all shine. In Uganda, for instance, there are girls who have created a book club. It's now global with hundreds of participants. We have fireside chat. We have this. Rita recently created the GBV seminar. You're creating this. There's so much space for us to shine as long as we create value. And those are the values we want to pass on to the girls so that we eliminate the queen bee syndrome. Thank you.
Thank you. I think
sorry, can I think we need to clarify the queen bee, because I think Asnath and Lulama maybe didn't come from the same area. When Lulama asked, I think, and this is about communication. When we ask words, especially these buzzwords that we use, we need to be very clear, because my understanding of queen bee might be different from what Asnath understands, different from what Lulama understands. So I want to do this very quickly, because there's been quite a bit of conversation about queen bee. So could we please get Lulama, just very briefly, explain what it is you were asking? And Asnath, I hope you're here. Put on your camera, and just so that we can connect, to make sure that Asnath did not misunderstand and respond incorrectly. Lulama?
Yes, thanks, Rita, for queuing me in. And it's precisely that reason that I decided, because of time, I was not going to elaborate further, with the hope that we would have a session specifically in terms of this particular issue. Basically, I wanted to just leave this one that queen bee simply describes someone who has succeeded in a career but refused to help others. But refuses to have other women do the same. So I was asking that question to Asnath as a trailblazer in the aviation space, to say, how does that pan out in that space where there are very few women? Thank you.
Okay. I don't know whether Asnath is still here. She might have dropped off. Valerie?
No, unfortunately, she had to drop off.
Okay.
I think what happens in this space is that often men use the queen bee syndrome term as a negative term in terms of not in the real context of what it actually does mean, but as opposed to, and I think that's how Asnath perceived it. And I'm speaking on her behalf, because often it's thrown at you, oh, you think you're a queen bee, but they don't actually know what it really means. And I think that is what Asnath was referring to.
Yes, so I understood it that way as well. And I am smiling because here we are old women using probably young people's terminology. But I think what Asnath understood is that it's looking down on you because of your feminine qualities. And that's why she said, for example, women pilots never used to to do their nails because they felt they had to behave like males. Whereas she was saying, I'm comfortable, I'm confident, I will be the woman that I want to be. And I will be in my space of, yes, being a pilot as good as the guys. And I don't need to apologize for being feminine. But now we understand where you're coming from, Lulama. Now, Asnath is the last person to kind of like symbolize a lady that doesn't support others. She spoke elaborately about the foundation that she has set up. We have never asked Asnath to come to a session, and she has said no. Sometimes it's literally, she has landed in Rio, she has 1 hour to get to the hotel, and she's logging in. And I'm like, Asnath, why didn't you tell us you were going to be landing in Rio? I mean, how tired must you be? So Asnath is actually the symbol of a person who continuously lifts. And you know, when you even see her engaging with the girls, it's like amazing. Alan, you missed the session, but I just thought to myself, it was extremely powerful. So I'm glad we have clarified that. But it was also an illustration of communication. It was, you know, an unanticipated result that came out of it. So in future, when we are communicating, let's just make sure, you know, we are all saying the same thing and that we understand it the same way. But thank you, Lulama, for raising it. My M&E champion.
Rita, can I kindly request one thing? I did text you to say this is one of those you know, issues that really needs problematizing even further, and particularly for our young girls, because they're going to be caught up with this in their respective, you know, callings as it was framed then. Can we have a specific session on this Queen Bee syndrome, because it's much bigger than we are summarizing it right now? Thank you.
Okay, no, that's fantastic. It's very well noted. Will even the Ugandan sisters who are on the call, Diana, because they're the champions of the fireside chats, maybe this is something we can hold across the continent and discuss this Queen Bee thing, because I would actually like to hear it from a continental perspective, but definitely it's something it's noted from the G4G South Africa side.
Linda has asked if it's a South African thing. I'm interested to know what people's perception is.
No, but Beyonce is called a Queen Bee. Sorry, but let's unpack it. Who knows about the Queen Bee stuff? I remember someone saying Beyonce was a Queen Bee. That's why I said, for me, I actually understood it from a different perspective.
Rita, could I offer a different perspective, perhaps? Mm-hmm. I think for me, a Queen Bee, and I know with the South African mentors, I've kind of said this to you ladies, that we have to be mindful of words that are used and labels that are used, particularly when it comes to women. For me, Queen Bee, I think historically has been used, yes, as exactly what Ellen explained, to kind of label a woman who, particularly in a male-dominated environment, is seen as somebody who might be controlling, who really stands out in a particular way. But if you think of where the term comes from, of an actual queen bee in a hive, yes, she is the dominant bee, but she's the one who also gives birth to the other bees. So she's a nurturer in a sense. So in fact, I think the word has been, or the phrase has been vilified in a sense by saying, oh, it is a woman who tramples on others, when in fact a queen bee is a nurturer of the younger bees or the worker bees in a hive. So there's a different perspective. And I think, there are so many words we can shatter in a sense, because one word can create a whole narrative. Like literally one word creates a narrative, right? Yeah. So not to belabor the point, and I'll get off just now, think of a term like African time. African time is meant to disparage or to kind of say, oh, you're lazy and you're always late and I look at African time as a very different thing. African time to me means, as Africans, we are very much in tune with nature. We don't use necessarily a clock, right? Because that's in business, it's very different. I get that in business there's a way of working. But as Africans, we look at when the sun rises and when the seasons change and ebb and flow and when the moon is out. So it's a very spiritual connection to nature. That for me is African time. But unfortunately, in the colonies, British colonies or past colonies, it was used as a very negative thing. So be mindful of words and labels and actually, picking up labels, and especially those that relate to us as women. That's my perspective.
That's why we say under communication. clarify. You need, and it's the first lesson and the first skill that I talked about. To me, a queen bee, interestingly, from a leadership perspective, is actually someone who is very interesting. A queen bee cannot survive without her workers. We all know that, right? She's actually too heavy to move. So it's a very good metaphor for leadership. It means that, yes, you're determining what happens in the hive, but you also cannot do it alone. You need the workers to support you. So it's actually a very powerful metaphor. But I think that's where the session that we have that Lulama, has talked about, maybe it's not even about queen bee. Maybe it's about, demystifying some of these concepts that unfortunately we buy in. Okay, so we need to end here, handing it back to Valerie.
Wow, a lovely, lovely conversation and a lovely morning. Thank you, ladies, for being with us for this time, and we hope it's been beneficial to you. We have recorded the session in case you missed some parts, so we will upload it and share, and we'll also share the slide pack with all the participants. So, wishing you a beautiful weekend further, stay safe and be well.
We need to put our picture. No, I need to do some screenshots.
Photograph.
I need to do some screenshots. So can we get everyone to turn on your okay? So Valerie, do the haze while I can do the snapping. I have a lot of people.
Take a lovely photo, please, guys. Let's do some.
Let's have your pictures on.
Let's have the photographs on. There we go. Everyone's cameras.
Cameras, please. Otherwise, I'm just getting blank shots.
Sheila, Faith, Patricia, please put your cameras on. Who else? Yeah.
Keep going.
Ivy, please put your cameras on. All right. Ready? Patricia, we're still waiting for you.
Okay, I've done 4 of them. It's the best that I could do them that I could do. Thank you, everyone. Thanks a million.
Cheers. Bye-bye, everybody. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye. Please join. Please start. It's not too late to start. We are here to support you.
And please complete the form that is coming to you. Monitoring and evaluation.
All in.
Bye-bye, everyone.